Hello, one and all, and welcome back. Have a fun club today. It'll probably be a longer one. That's all right. Hang out and talk about some uh Transformers, Young and Mel Brooks. Uh, always wonderful.
Hello,
Self,
everyone.
I guess.
I'm glad to be back.
Great to have you. We got a kind of long one. Talking about a TV show, so that those ones usually take a little bit. Obviously, a lot of episodes, a lot more to talk about. A 2 hour movie. Take our time and have a good time. Um, but yeah, oh yeah, I guess I should also say I'm Trayvon one. I just kind of organize all this and put together and stuff like that. With else that comes on the co-host slides for Prime, which I'm very grateful for a while to do, especially TV shows. But they look great, and I'm excited to just um start off with a question. So we could just chat. My question today was just if you were a Transformer, would you want Autobot or Decepticon? And what kind of Transformer what like vehicle would you and obviously chat can state their answer well, or if you're watching this video form, you can answer. We'll give you our answer. Want to go first, Nina? Or you've probably thought about this.
Mhm. Yeah, it's an easy question for me. I would pick Autobot. No, sorry. Decepticon, and I would be a vehicle, just like a knockout. So, an Aston Martin.
I'd probably be an Autobot. Oh, obviously we would severely
Enemies.
outnumber. Yeah, enemies, and we'd be severely outnumbered. But Autobots are always fun like that. And to be truthful, I don't know what view. Maybe just a tank. That would be fun. A tank. Be slow, but
Honestly, that's a good choice.
like none of the Autobots are like weapons. They are just normal. I mean, they look cool. But you'd think if you were fighting a war for so long, maybe I don't know, become a weapon. At least
Yeah, I
in
mean, we do have one tank, but he's a Decepticon who joins later.
and I mean, obviously, tons of different transformation stuff like that. That's fine. Also, I did I did, while I was watching it. What was that? What? I had to Google a lot of people while I was Prime trying to understand the camp.
Who everyone is.
But oh, that's perfect. Started with the take us a little while, but it'll be start off with Transformers Prime. I'll follow your lead.
EP. Anyway, Transformers Prime is just a children's show made in 2012, which lasted till 2013 with 3 seasons and a movie. We're just talking about season one today because it'll be way too many episodes to watch for just 3 seasons, like 65 of them or something, plus a movie. It'll be way too much for just a month. And the main premise is Autobots come to Earth along with the Decepticons, and they continue their war from Cybertron onto Earth.
The usual Autobots get found out by children.
It's always the children.
It is always the children. And in the live action, technically, Sam Witwick,
Yeah,
high school, still a kid.
yeah. At least in this one, the children were actually useful.
We're actually, even though Miko
I'm yeah,
throughout the is the cause of a lot of problems.
true. I'm a proud Sam with Wiki hater.
Yeah, that's fine. There are better heroes.
Yeah, Wiki ain't it.
Get the
Let's go
characters
to
first.
characters. Yes. So first we're gonna go over the Autobots because why not? Um, First we have Optimus Prime. He's the leader of Autobots slash Team Prime. He's voiced by Peter Cullen, who is the original voice actor for him since like Generation One, and he's the last of the Primes. They're like demigods, and they're just pretty strong in general. And he's the 13th one. And before he became a Prime, he was a clerk, as known as Orion Pax.
That was a fun Optimus backstory or anything, but they did, and it was a nice little surprise.
Yeah, because like we just know him as the Prime. Like people usually just wonder what he was beforehand.
Yeah, and getting a little bit more into what he did beforehand was actually pretty cool, even if it was just real quick.
Yeah, personally, I really liked him. He's just a very good leader in general. But
Yeah,
like, I'm not the biggest just fan of Autobots, so I didn't care about him that much. What about you?
I always liked Optimus Prime. I always liked the color red, so that always drew me to him. But he was also like I also just like that he was a good guy. That's kind of just his whole thing is that he's a good robot that is just trying to like um not make this war. He kind of just wants to end this war so that, a little bit of
Yeah,
peace can come. So,
that's what he's meant to do. Next up, we have Cliffjumper, who died in the first episode, so we don't have much about him. He's RC's second partner, and he was voiced by Dwayne Johnson, The
yeah,
Rock.
very very surprising cameo because it's 2 seconds really of him. I'm all like, no way they got Dwayne Johnson just to voice this character. I wish he obviously already put it in there. He dies in the first episode. Uh and freaking I kind of wish he just stayed. I wish Dwayne Johnson was all like, "You know what? I like Transformers. I'm just going to don't worry. You don't need to pay me so much. I'll just do the whole show."
Yeah, but yeah, we don't have to worry. He came back in the second episode.
Yeah, and he screeched and that for sure was not Dwayne Johnson.
Yeah, it was a different voice actor because they couldn't keep him because it's
Yeah.
probably expensive.
Yeah, definitely very expensive to have Dwayne Johnson come into like the voice act for a random Transformer. So, but they
Yeah,
bring him
I
up a
mean, Cliff
bunch.
Jumper usually dies.
Yeah, I do
You
like
gotta
that.
love him for it.
I do kind of like that they
Yeah,
bring
continue.
up how good of a fighter he is, and then he's the first one that dies.
Yeah, it was kind of funny, but they did catch him off guard, so he couldn't fight it that well.
Yeah, it's sad, but somebody has to die. You have to show. You got to show that your cartoon's gonna be different than other cartoons. So
True. I mean, it was the era of like 2010. where like dark cartoons came in. For example, like Teen Titans and that kind of vibes. So death
Yeah.
was usually normal there.
Yeah. So kind of had to do that. Like you gotta, I don't know. During that era, there's a lot of shows that were like, okay, we gotta have like a deeper story and stuff like that. So
Love it.
yeah.
Next up, then we have RC, our only female Autobot on the team, and she's also the smallest because she transforms into a motorcycle. She's voiced by Sumali Montano. I don't. I hope I said that correctly.
Hey, it sounds right.
Had She had two work partners in the past: Tailgate, who was killed by Arachnid on Cybertron, and Cliffjumper, who we saw die in the first episode by Starscream.
Yeah, she just loses her partners a lot. I know it's only twice, but you know.
Still, and also for Tailgate, he looks like Cliffjumper just with the blue and white colors.
Yeah. I don't know if they kind of insinuated that she loved Tailgate and Cliff Jumper. I don't know. That's kind of what the vibe I was getting through the show. Like, I don't know if they
I
were.
mean, she did care for him.
Yeah, they definitely cared for each other, but I don't know if, like, especially Tailgate, I feel as though there was, like, a relationship behind it, not just a friendship behind it type thing. So,
I mean, personally, I saw it as a friendship because, like, in one of like other comics, like not specifically for Prime, like just in one comic, she's just like a lesbian. So I just see her as
okay.
a lesbian constantly.
You know, that makes sense. That's fine. I I don't have obviously the knowledge you do, so I'm
Yeah,
kind of taking guesses with this. So.
yeah, true. I've been reading way too much. Okay,
I did.
next up we have Bumblebee. Hmm? Of course, you
I
first
was
say.
just gonna say that I did like RC. RC was fun,
Yeah, she's a
especially
good
when
character.
she is a good character, especially when they kind of made it that she wasn't as like lone wolfish stuff like that. I like the racing episode that they do is
But yeah, it
like
was my favorite with her.
yeah, and her like still like she'll do like petty things and stuff like that. Oh
It fits her character very well, and like it took time to just develop her.
yeah,
Then next up we have Bumblebee, my least favorite character out of the Autobots in general. He's a scout for the Team Prime and the youngest. He doesn't have a voice outside of like robot noises because it was taken by Megatron during the war on Cybertron. But it's still very expressive, and most everyone can understand him except humans. But for some reason, Raph can. I don't know why that is, but no.
yeah. They don't explain why he can understand him, but you know it's kind of cute that he can. So um, and maybe it's like supposed to be like binary or something of, or maybe like
Yeah,
Morse
like,
code.
yeah. I was about to say. I was thinking because it's Morse code, maybe.
Yeah, and so maybe he just knows it. I don't know, but it is cute that Raph is does understand him. And I do like that they didn't make Bumblebee like the main protector. I think a lot of people, at least with Transformers, based Transformer knowledge, think of the like live action movies and stuff like
Yeah,
that, where Bumblebee is like the main protector. Um,
and the only protector.
yeah. So it's kind of nice having him not be the one that is like the main lead protector. So
Yeah, like finally. As I like, he's cute, but I don't want him constantly in the spotlight. Personally,
yeah, yeah, like he is cute and all that, but like can't really have a like conversation, especially if he's just going in beeps and boops. It's like you don't understand it. You just have to hear. You'll hear him do beeps and boops, and then you'll either hear Raph or one of the other Autobots just be all like, "Oh, this is what he said," and after a while, kind of gets annoying. It's all like, why can't they just make him talk?
Yeah. I mean, they do it at the end, but like it's at the end of like season 3 or something. So,
Yeah, like
spoiler.
little too far to be make him just not talk.
Yeah, he's a cute one though.
Yeah, I always liked his car and stuff like that. It is a good car, so understandable.
If I ever get a car, oh, he's like one of the options I would get
Yeah,
because that car is very nice.
it is very nice. So definitely that's probably that's a big appeal to Bumblebee is just like the car that he is and stuff like that. So
Yeah. Then next up we have Bulkhead. He's an ex-wrecker who is voiced by Kevin Michelle Richardson. He's a caring and gentle guy, even though he's like a huge buff guy. His best friend is Wheeljack, which who we'll mention later, and developed a rivalry with Breakdown and during the Cybertron War. Well, and during his Wrecker era.
yeah, and Kevin Richardson, he's very prolific voice actor. He's done many. I googled it. I just can't remember what he was in. But he's been a voice in a lot of different things. He just has like one of those like deep voices that you just kind of recognize a lot. Um, yeah, he's been like Super Mario movies and Family Guy, Cleveland Show, Boondocks. He's a very
Everywhere, really.
yeah, he's a very prolific voice actor. Oh yeah, the big one that I know him from is he's the dad from Static Shock, so which is a great show.
I never seen that. I'll look into that.
It's one of
I'll look
the
into it.
it's basically one of the you like especially during the time it was like the only African American superhero uh on TV or even just anywhere, like even in comic books really. So it was it's a
Wow,
very good show.
I'll
Highly
look into
recommend.
it then. It sounds fun.
Nice. But yeah, I loved Bulkhead. Bulkhead was just like fun. He was cool. Very simple of a character, but you know, it's fine because it works out that way.
His character is like my personal favorite out of the Autobots, like third one actually,
Yeah,
behind like the other two.
he definitely was my
Behind
favorite
like
Autobot.
he's like very fun in personality. I'm glad he likes metal because that's my favorite as well.
Yeah, I like metal too. I like a wide range of metal. I'm fine with metal. Like I do enjoy metal and stuff like that. So it was very nice. And then him just being all like, I'm just gonna wreck everything and stuff like that. Just it's fun. He's just a good fighter and everything like that. Especially in a war, you kind of need that.
True. And the tankiness he has as well. So he has everything.
He does have everything. And while he doesn't seem to be the smartest Autobot, he does have good ideas. So like it's fine that he's not these,
Exactly.
but he still can recognize things and all that.
Yeah, he might not be like academically smart, but he's like social situations smart.
Yeah. So he was just a great character. He really I watched the whole show especially for him. I'm like he's in it. I'm happy.
Also, he appeared in Transformers animated, which I think came out after Prime, if I remember correctly,
Oh,
because
nice.
they just wanted to have him. I still have to check that.
But yeah. And
All
then
right, then.
but yeah. I was just gonna say and then I like his relationship with Miko and everything like that. So
Yeah. It's so wholesome. Then we have our medic Ratchet who needs everything.
Yep.
He's voiced by Jeffrey Combs. He's not the biggest fan of humans. While by the end of the season, he warms up to Raph specifically, and he's Sturm, very like a Sturm guy.
I I
He's not
very
hmm?
I very liked Ratchet. I liked him a lot.
Same. He's just a fun guy.
Yeah. I thought it was very funny because like all the rest of the Autobots are all like, we gotta protect the humans. We love humans, yada yada. And he's all like, I don't give a shit about them. I'm just doing it because
he's
I'm
like,
a
oh,
I'm
he's like, oh, your parents are in Japan. Oh, let me send you there right now.
literally any chance he can get, he's all like, oh god. He's just like, why are the humans here? And the only thing bad about his character is that he does not get many moments to shine like combat wise, even though he is a good fighter.
Yeah,
I literally was all like, I know what episode he finally went out and did something instead of just being like having him be
yeah,
in the bunker. It was like episode
yeah.
15. I'm all like, oh my god.
The synthetic episode was like great. It was episode 22.
Yeah. That one was great. Uh and it's funny because after episode 15, he finally was like able to go out of the bunker a lot more and just like go help
Finally,
out. I know, finally. All these situations that a medic probably could have been needed and can finally leave.
finally he can touch grass
I know,
and
right?
kill some people.
Yeah. He is just a fun character, just in the sense that he's just doing this because really Optimus is like doing this and he's following Optimus. He doesn't really care about humans that much. He's just doing it because Optimus is doing it. So he's all like, yeah,
Yeah,
whatever he says.
the great Prime leads us
And so he kind of just is following along with the ride with this one.
as he should. Then we have our final Autobot, the robotic Autobot of the day, Wheeljack. He is Bulkhead's old friend from the record time on Cybertron, and voiced by James Horan. He had like one episode in the season so far, so
Yeah,
I can't say much without like spoiling stuff. But he's like snarky and very charismatic.
yeah. I liked
And
Wheeljack.
the quote I put in is like from the second season. But, like we're gonna ignore that.
It's fine. I like the Wheeljack was always fun. Just he was only in one episode, but I very much liked him. Uh, especially like that episode was just great anyway because it was like it's the stereotypical, oh, we'll have someone mimic another person, stuff like that. But and then obviously you get a little bit of Bulkhead's time to shine, him figuring out that it's not actually Jack and stuff like that. So definitely a
Good
fun character.
episode. And can if we do season two, I can't wait until he gets more screen time.
Only in one episode, but he was very memorable, so it's fine.
Exactly. And now on to the humans of the group because we needed those.
Yes.
Out of our main cast with the Autobots, we have Jack, Miko, and Raph. They're each protected by like Transformers, and they accidentally found out that they were Transformers because they always did need to do that. Jack's protected by RC, while Miko's by Bulkhead, and Raph by Bumblebee. I think it suits their personality as well.
And yeah, like I said, Jack's kind of like the main human, because there's always one, and I like that he didn't get like I said, I like that he didn't get Bumblebee as his protector. I'm glad he got RC. It
Yeah,
was a lot
thankfully.
more. Yeah, who is a lot more of a complex character, especially when we talk about her episodes later on and everything like that.
Yeah,
So, but
that's gonna be a fun one. And then we have a couple of side humans like Jack's mom, Agent Fowler, and Silas. Silas is the only bad guy here because he works for Mech, which is like similar. They have like similar ideologies to Decepticons and like to take over the world for some reason.
it does not get explained exactly why they are trying to take over the world, at least in this first season. But we have to have evil humans as well. So
Yeah, they were very forgettable in the rest of the seasons too.
it, when you have giant robots uh, as like a threat, the normal humans kind of like just because
Don't
they're
stand out.
evil. Yeah, just because they're evil, they don't stand out. Still, but
Who was your favorite human out of the ones we had?
my favorite human, even though even though I can complain about Mika because of all the stuff she like gets into, I still liked Miko's personality the most, I think. That or Raph.
Exactly. Same.
I think Raph as well is great.
Personally, I loved Miko and Agent Fowler. Both of them were like very funny and charismatic.
Yeah. And I do like Jack too. Like I think all the kids are perfectly fine. I think they're good characters and I think they've written them well. And like they do like some of the stereotypical episodes like we said there's like a racing episode that Jack gets into because he's like, but even still with that episode he's not necessarily into the racing. He's just like, I just want to like talk
Impress a
to a
girl.
girl. Yeah, I just want to impress a girl. He's not doing it for the actual competition part. Um and then Raph is just great. He's just a sweet little boy who's who gets no attention at home, so he's just happy to have friends and a protector that cares about him
Yeah.
and stuff like that. So,
Even though he's like the smart kid, he still acts like a kid from like a couple of episodes, which I find great.
yeah. And I like that he's younger than Jack and Miko, but Jack and Miko don't treat him any different. Like they're just like, yeah, he's our friend. What? Like they don't treat him like the younger brother and like being like, you know, we don't want to play with you. We don't want to play video games with you or
Yeah.
anything like that, which is nice.
And
Like
they
a
don't
lot of other
baby him as well.
Yeah, they don't baby him, which is very nice. Whereas a lot of other shows would just totally baby him. So,
Yeah. I'm glad they took the mature route.
I did like Agent Fowler. Agent Fowler was funny at times. He was kind of annoying. The first time you meet him, obviously, because he's like the like the higher up or whatever, the human stuff like that. But once they got away from that, he got a lot more funny and stuff like that. Jack's mom is fine. She is very overprotective, which I
Yeah.
get, but like also she like especially in that was like at the second to last episode, she just like that was kind of annoying, her taking Raph to a human hospital only to then immediately get caught up in a tornado so that Bumblebee comes and saves her after she just went into a speech of don't ever like to the Autobots of don't come near us ever again type stuff, and then she immediately had to go back. So kind of
Yeah.
like I'm glad they didn't go too long with it, but also like did we really need it? That like little
We needed
storyline.
some drama.
Yeah, but I mean there's already enough drama. The world's going like getting destroyed. I don't think we need
Yeah.
human mom meddling.
Yeah, the one scene I did like with her though is when she like the second episode she came in where she said like, "Where's Optimus?" But I wore heels and everything. I think it
I d-
captures Transformers Sims very well.
I did like that a lot. That was a funny joke. I was all like, "Oh, she just has a thing with Optimus Prime. She's like totally into him." Like, hell yeah, good for her. Which is just
I mean, a nickname for Optimus Prime in the fandom is Daddy Prime, so I'm not
Daddy.
surprised.
Yeah, of course it is. I mean, be truthfully, you can't go into any fandom without hearing someone call someone daddy or mommy, so it's fine.
Like, this fandom has it a lot.
That I'm not surprised about.
Now
But,
let's move on to Decepticons then.
yeah.
Now, Megatron is my personal favorite, and he's been a crush of mine, I will admit, for like over 15 years now. But anyway, he's the
That's
leader
fun.
of Decepticons, voiced by Frank Welker. I think he's the original voice actor for Megatron as well. And prior to becoming the leader of Decepticons, he was a well-known gladiator who fought in the pits of Chaos. He's a cruel leader and doesn't take lightly to failure, but can praise his people when needed.
I do like, well, once again, it's just like that we're getting more backstory about Cybertron and stuff. I know I keep on bringing up like the live action, like Michael Bay's live action movie, but that's
Yeah,
really the only indicate
base
like
you have.
that's the only base I have, and I think a lot, and for a lot of people that's the only base they have about trans. Um,
Yeah,
so like you don't really like, and I've only seen a handful. I haven't even watched all of those. Though watching the show made me kind of want to watch the later one specifically because I've heard they've actually been pretty good. Um,
yeah,
but like it's nice hearing more about like what was going on with Cybertron and stuff like that, and like uh the backstory of why Civil War broke out and everything like that, and having it be that Megatron was like this revolutionary fighter who kind of became corrupted in like with power and stuff like that was
yeah.
it's a nice story.
Michael Bay could have written it better. I like some of his designs in the movies, but like his writing is god awful.
Yeah, it is not great writing, and like I said, I've probably watched some of the like the new, like I think some of the newer ones I've heard is pretty good,
Yeah,
stuff like that.
after
So
like Bumblebee and the ones after Bumblebee are like a different universe from the Michael Bay, so that's like a different universe you can watch as well.
okay, cool. So then I don't even need to go back and watch the Sam Witwicky ones. Perfect.
Yeah. Also, we might get a remake this year of like, or like just get a new movie this year. So I'm
Yeah,
hoping we get that.
yeah, that'd be cool. Can we just have one? Can we have one of the live action movies be on Cybertron? Can it be like, can we see the war on Cybertron?
Yeah,
Like,
I believe the one that they're gonna make is gonna be like all about Cybertron and like Megatron and Optimus's relationship is from what I heard at least.
that would be cool. Hope so.
Finally on the big screen.
What do we got next on this cast of
We have
characters?
Starscream,
Hell
the
yeah.
drama queen.
Yes. The biggest drama queen in this whole show.
We gotta love him. He's
Yep.
the second in command, but prior on Cybertron, he was a leader of Seekers and constantly tries to overthrow Megatron, but fails every time. The one thing he did manage to do is kill Cliffjumper, but he constantly brags about it. He's
But
self-centered, arrogant, impulsive.
but even with him like bragging about killing freaking Cliff Jumper, the mother like dude, like he was already injured. He just did the finishing blow. That was it. Like
Yeah,
he was injured and captured. You just like did the final blow. That was about it.
and then he takes all the credit for it. Can you believe it?
Yeah. Well, but that also fits Starscream's character throughout this whole show, so it's understandable.
Yeah. And he's voiced by Steve Blum, and I gotta say, he did a phenomenal job voice acting him. His
He did.
personality shined through him.
Feel as though Google Steve Blum real quick. I know he is also like very prolific voice actor. Has done many different things. Yeah, no wonder. He did Spike Spiegel from Cowboy Bebop.
Oh,
So
really?
yeah.
Damn. No
Uh,
wonder the voice sounded familiar.
okay. He also, I thought he voiced someone else in Ratchet and Clank, but he voices the Thugs for Less leader, which is actually pretty funny. I like that guy. Um, in Ratchet and Clank.
I don't think I heard of the thing you mentioned, but I'll
Rat
give that a watch as
Ratchet
well.
Ratchet and Clank.
What's
It's
that
a
about?
it's a video game. Well, there is a movie. They did do an animated movie, but it's a video game series for PlayStation.
Oh,
It's it was during their like platformer era where like just a ton of games were platformers, but this one like it's a space it takes place in space and it follows someone named Ratchet who is a Lombax, which is kind of like a cat thing. Um but he's like an engineer and then he meets a robot named Clank and they like have to team up to save the universe because this one guy is like stealing planets and stuff like that. That's the first game, but like he's like stealing planets to make like his own new home world because their home world is dying and he's like going to charge people to come and live on his planet, stuff like that. And so Ratchet and Clank go out and are trying to get in contact with a guy named Captain Quark, who is this like big hero in the known universe, uh, to like basically stop them, the villain, and stuff like that. And so you would probably like, since you love robots and stuff, you would probably love Clank. Um,
yeah. I would
and
probably.
so I would highly recommend giving it a look. I don't know if you have a PlayStation or if your computer can, handle emulator, you can emulate use the emulator and stuff like that. But highly good it's very good games, so highly recommend.
Yeah, if you want to get me into anything and if your thing that you want me to get me into has a robot, just tell me about the robot. I'll hyperfixate on it.
Okay. Perfect. Here, wait, I'll just send you a picture of Clank. He's small, but he's kind of cute. But we should probably also get back to talking about this.
Anyway, Transformers.
Yeah.
We still haven't even gone through the characters.
We have not finished the characters. That's fine. But we love Starscream. He's just a big drama queen. So,
My personal headcanon is that he's gay and homophobic at the same time.
you know what? I could believe that. Totally could.
I mean, just look at him.
No, I could see that. I don't know how, but I do see that. But there's Clank. Um, but yeah, he's just a big drama queen. Uh, and he's funny. He tries to do like he tries so many different plans, but they always fail. But also Megatron's plans always fail as well. So but yeah, still a great Decepticon. So
Deserves a second in command.
yes.
but not as much as our quiet kid Soundwave, who is a communication officer. Personally, I think he deserved this second in command more, but uh, we're gonna get into he can speak, but just doesn't. He just uses others' voices for his speech, and has a visor as a face. He also has a pet bird that he has on his chest called Laserbeak. In other interpretations, he has a cat as well, but here they removed that.
That's sad.
And yeah, he is also a former gladiator on Kaon, like Megatron, and the only one who could like stand a chance to actually beat him at the time.
Yeah, before Megatron just got even stronger. I liked Soundwave. Soundwave was fun. Uh, I didn't even. I truly thought he just couldn't speak. But to know he can speak and just doesn't, that's kind of fun.
Yeah,
Um, and yeah, I also agree. I was all like, why aren't you second? Why is Starscream second in command? Even though Megatron knows of all of Starscream's freaking plots, but he still makes him second in command, and instead of Soundwave, who's literally been with him since the beginning. So like when Megatron was still just like a revolutionary trying to change the system and not being corrupted and
yeah.
shit.
I don't
Whew.
know why they did that, but I guess they just wanted to.
Yeah.
I'm guessing Megatron had the idea of like keep your friends close, but your enemies closer, but taken a little bit too literally.
So literally second in command, and when you're basically comatose, they take command for a while. But that kind of shows Megatron's arrogance or whatever, thinking that he can never be defeated, kind of thing. So it's like I don't. It doesn't even
True.
matter if I have someone that isn't loyal as my second in command. It doesn't matter. I can't. I'm still not going to be beaten and stuff like that. So,
True.
but yeah,
He has that arrogance in him.
but yeah. And I
I
do
do
like.
love the nick.
Go ahead.
Oh, you
You
first.
can go ahead. Okay, I was just gonna say I do love that Soundwave like literally just eavesdrops on every damn conversation throughout the show. It's just all
Yeah,
like,
he
okay,
just
yep,
knows everything.
yeah. So like, oh yeah, you said this about Megatron while in like a secure location without anyone being able to hear you. Don't worry, I heard you.
Yeah. Don't worry, I'll tell Megatron about that like 5 episodes later. Don't you
Yeah,
worry.
yeah. I'll learn about something, but I'm not gonna tell Megatron until it becomes pertinent to the plot.
Yeah. Until I wanna just see you get beaten up.
True.
Also, I love that the fandom gave him like a nickname of Slenderman because of the tentacles and everything.
It makes sense. He kind of is. He is slender. Like if you just look at like he looks like a robotic Slender Man. So I see
Yeah.
that.
Plus the no face thing as well. So it's like just pretty much the robot version of Slenderman.
Yeah. Oh, great. The one that I hate the most. not not because her character is bad, but because I absolutely terrified of spiders.
Fair, honestly. She's just an interesting one. God, I hate her. What she did in the second season to my favorite characters.
Hey,
But yeah,
someday
she's voiced
someday
by Gina Torres. Yeah, we'll look that up later.
yeah. I'll just put it back on the list. It's fine. I'll just put it back on the list and put season 2.
Perfect. She's voiced by Gina Torres, and she killed Tailgate way back when on Cybertron. She's an Insecticon because she can turn into a spider and has spider-like abilities, and can control and manipulate other Insecticons. It's not shown in this season, but just a fun fact. And likes to collect endangered species on other planets, but they're not actually endangered. They only are when she's there.
Yeah, they become endangered when she gets onto the planet and starts just killing everybody. So, But that's cool that I did not know she. I didn't know she was in a different. They only call her a Decepticon in the first season. They
Yeah,
never call her an Insecticon. I never even knew that was a
yeah.
thing.
I don't think
So
she was called Insecticon, but like she is because she's the only one who can turn into a bug.
yeah, and uh, she's kind of OP because she also is able to. She's still able to turn into a vehicle and stuff like that
Yeah.
as well.
Some Transformers can like take like 2 or 3 vehicle modes as
Yeah,
well, but it's like movie stuff and like some other franchises usually.
yeah. The funniest thing about the Autobots is like they can transfer could choose to transform into anything, and they choose frickin' cars, which is
Vehicles.
they look cool, but they're so not effective in battle.
Yeah, they're just used for like being in disguise in the human realm, pretty much.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess that is good. That means that they can actually just like secretly go through the human world and everything, but like maybe like couldn't you get some upgrades, maybe add some guns to your cars or something like that?
I mean, they can put a gun on their roof or something, right?
Yeah.
And just put.
Or maybe like I don't think the engine is an actual engine. Can you put a gun in there and make it that it can hide and then just pop out at times when you need it?
Probably.
Probably. They just choose not to.
Well, in most fights in season 1 so far. Maybe
Y-
later.
Yeah. But oh yeah. Uh Arachnid was fun. Like is a great villain. She's creepy and she uh is very sadistic throughout the whole thing. Like the trauma that RC has from her and stuff is just insane.
It's just horrible.
Yeah,
Just she genuinely got PTSD from her.
she did. So, uh, but yeah, still makes her a great villain. So,
And now onto the roommates, Knockout and Breakdown, who were confirmed gay in 2015, like 2 years later after the show ended, which I find
nice.
great. Both were introduced in episode 10, and Knockout is the medic of the Decepticons, just like Ratchet is to Autobots. He was voiced by Darren Norris. He cares about his appearance a lot, sometimes over his patience, and he'll just take care of himself mostly. He's sassy and very charismatic. You could even say like somewhat queer coded, but he is queer. So, and then
Yeah,
we have Breakdown, who's voiced by Adam Baldwin. Funny name. He's Knockout's partner and assistant. He is indicated of record, but never officially like stated. So I just put possibly here in the presentation. He's impulsive and eager to brawl with everyone, but he's loyal and understanding. He likes to chit chat with people.
yeah. My favorite thing about Knockout, especially when you get introduced to him, he's not like an official doctor or medic. He blatantly says that. He's just like
Yeah.
he's just like, yeah, uh I'm not an official doctor, but I can heal you up.
Yeah.
Um
He's like, I'm good at breaking things, not at fixing things.
yeah, I can break it apart and stuff like that. Um and I like that he is a car enthusiast, and I like that that's the reason why he's the like him and Breakdown are the only two cars in the Decepticons. Um but it's fun that Breakdown is voiced by Adam Baldwin because he's in Firefly, like he was in the show Firefly, and he was also he plays Casey in the show Chuck, which I love the show Chuck. Um,
Yeah.
and and yeah, so he plays like the tough military guy. And he was one of my favorite characters in in that show. So, but yeah,
Nice.
both of these two are solid villains. They come in halfway through. Knockout especially is just funny, especially because he's very narcissistic with his he hates when his paint gets messed up
Yeah,
and
his
everything
paint
like
job
that.
is doing.
Yeah. And then Breakdown kind of was thrown at while is a good character, is kind of just supposed to be a bulkhead, but like someone to
Yeah,
go against
looks
bulkhead.
rival.
Yeah, basically that. So
I wish he had like more screen time. As much as I love him, I love them both. I wish just Bulkhead had more screen time in
yeah,
general.
but yeah, they're too solid, and they definitely are gay. Um, so
I've seen them kiss.
yes. I mean, I just kind of you kind of see that they're just like one's more like obviously like knockouts like very into his appearance and stuff like that, and then breakdowns just kind of he's the strong, tough
The
kind of
Kimbo,
yeah. So he's the himbo of the group. So
a cute himbo.
yeah.
And now on to our last Decepticon of the day, Skyquake. But now the title I give for him it kind of doesn't make sense because I expected his twin to get introduced this season as well, but I forgot it's in the second one. But we're gonna, it's like like second season, also sixth episode, his twin gets introduced.
Oh, okay.
So like come back after the incident with him that we're gonna get to later. But
Whenever
yeah,
it
he's voiced.
I'm
Yep,
sorry.
go ahead.
I was just gonna say whenever shows like the next season, it's all like, oh, now their twin is here. It's more or less they're all like, oh crap, we actually liked this character. We need them back, but they can't be them because they're dead. So,
Yeah,
I,
it was tragic.
all right, I
But
did not mean to cut you off. So go, you can go
yeah,
and
don't worry
continue.
about it. Yeah, don't worry about it. Uh, he appeared for only one episode, actually two if you count the zombie episode. But yeah, one episode, so he didn't have much screen time. But from what was shown, that he is short-tempered and only loyal to Megatron and nobody else, unless Megatron gives him a new order, and he guarded the energon supply on Earth.
Yeah, he was a tough fighter. But was taken down by Bumblebee, right? It was Bumblebee that took him down.
Yes, Bumblebee.
That like, yeah, I do like that it was he literally was he's like I'm only loyal to Megatron, so even Starscream can't give me a order, and I'm not gonna listen to him. My last order was to kill Optimus, so that's what I'm gonna do.
And right before then, he had a casual conversation with him, so it was kind of funny.
Yeah. Oh. He was he's in two episodes, and one of the episodes he didn't even speak. So it's like he kind of leaves an impression because he's supposed to be a very strong transformer, but still, not much to say.
He's just a green guy.
Yeah,
His brother gets more screen time though, so that's good.
that's good.
And now on
Oh,
to the episodes.
yes.
The first five are considered an introduction to the show, to just get you introduced to the cast and the main premise of the show. aka Decepticons come out of hiding after 3 years when Megatron also comes back from his space exploration to find something to defeat the Autobots and just get a hold of the planet. And he found a crystallized blood of Unicron, a planet-devouring transformer. Um, he inserted the blood into himself and raised an army of Terracons, which are zombies here. Like the interpretation is zombies,
Okay.
and tried to defeat Optimus Prime. But as he tried to summon his legion of Terracons from Cybertron, his space bridge got destroyed by the hands of Autobots and got put into a coma because of it.
Got we got some videos to watch. So, whoops. How long are all these clips?
The longest I think is like 6 minutes.
Okay, so this first one is the longest one. This one's about 7.
Yeah, I like they're like either 6 or like 9 minutes is like the longest I found.
Okay.
You don't have to play the whole thing. It's just like for the background.
It's fine. But yeah, so first clip we got here is just Cliff Jumper getting killed, which is funny because once again, just having Dwayne Johnson come in to voice a Autobot for like for literally
5 minutes.
just a few 5 minutes and that's it. I mean, so much of the budget probably went to that. Sadly.
Probably.
Or, maybe Dwayne Johnson is just a fan of the Transformers, so he's just happy to be in. Maybe he wanted to be in more, uh, but he just couldn't because of, he has a busy schedule, especially in 2011. So,
Yeah. Cliff Jumper, always the victim of murder.
yep. I will say, kind of doesn't make too much sense with like this the ground bridge and stuff. Like why would they just not? I know RC was out, but where was Bulkhead and Optimus and all them be like, okay, cool, just make a call real quick. He's already on call with RC. RC could be all like, hey, and you just send them here immediately, or have Cliff Jumper come back. So,
True, honestly. I think all of them were on patrol because like they gotta check in just in case if the Decepticons come back
yeah,
or for like Energon.
and so. Oh yeah, they were just all out, which is kind of weird. You like, I guess. Oh, even Ratchet was out. Oh, all of them. Why were all of them out? That like, especially now, after watching the full first season, we know that they always keep one at home or at the base because of this exact situation.
Yeah, but like who would ground bridge them back if we didn't have anyone on like in the base?
Yeah. Maybe it's because
So
of this.
that's it for them.
Maybe it's because of Cliff Jumper dying that Optimus finally was all like, "Oh, you know what? Maybe we should just have some. We should probably have somebody at base at all times, just in case of this exact situation."
Probably.
But yeah, I I just like to. I really do hope that Dwayne Johnson just was actually very excited to be a part of the Transformers. He just couldn't do it for time restrictions. I like to believe that Cliff Jumper actually was supposed to survive for a longer.
We hope that was the case.
Yeah. So
But you
I
gotta set the tone somehow.
you do have to set the tone somehow, and having Cliff Jumper get killed is a great way to do that. Um, yeah, I guess this is the first time the Decepticons have been seen in 3 years. I guess it does. Never mind. I retract my statement about like why is no one in there? If after 3 years you don't see any Decepticons, except maybe like one or two every so often, it makes sense that all of them would go out on patrol and stuff like that if they're searching for Energon. Oh yeah, but then they
Yeah.
use the sky bridge to get or the ground bridge to get there anyway. So someone had to be close by.
Literally all of them came as well.
Yeah, all of the like. So literally, what? So someone was close enough back to base, even though you were all out, to get like they were close enough back to base to return to base, get to the sky ground bridge, and instead of sending Cliff Jumper a portal just so that he can escape, you grab everybody else and then jump through.
You gotta send backup.
Yeah,
And the backup comes like 10 minutes later.
yeah. I like to think that it's because of this incident that Optimus decides, oh crap, yeah, we'll just keep somebody at base at all times so that this never happens again. So,
And then they made Ratchet a stay-at-home husband.
yeah, basically, he's not allowed out of the frickin'. He's not allowed outside of the base until episode 15. So, like,
Actually,
any.
no, earlier because of the Terracons incident.
I guess he is out during that time, obviously, but after that, he's kind of stuck in base.
Most of the time.
Yeah, but just a lone horn. That's all that's left.
I do like that they put the horns on his head and then just put them on the front of the car. I think that's a nice detail.
It is a nice detail. Makes you wonder, like, where their head is when they are in car form at times. I wonder if it's different for each one.
Probably.
The next one we got here is Cliff Jumper becoming a Terracor. Terracon.
Terracon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
After, so this is when Megatron returned, stuff like that. And has dark energon.
The blood of Unicron.
Yep.
Woohoo.
Which we don't learn about the blood of Unicron until later, right? Or do they
Yeah.
call it this?
Like at the beginning they call it the blood of Unicron and then just they call it Dark Energon and then they
Yeah.
explain it at the end.
Okay. Makes sense. Oh. Yeah. Kind of messed up. Like, they literally kept the corpse of
I mean,
Cliff Jumper.
Starscream is gonna prove himself.
Yeah. Yeah, I know obviously he's gonna keep the corpse just so they could show Megatron that, oh hey, guess what? Killed an Autobot while you were the day that you returned, we finally killed an Autobot.
Yeah, just like, well, we were on your vacation and we actually did shit.
I know, right? I do like all the nameless Decepticons. The Decepticons have
Mhm.
enough people that they're just all like do do do, so that way they can have like nameless ones get killed.
Yeah. Gotta love those Viacons.
Yeah.
I think they named like one of them Steve, and people just love him for some reason.
Steve, let's go. We love
Steve
Steve.
Supremacy.
Yeah.
Steve
And then,
forever in our hearts.
yeah. Jumper comes back only to just get killed immediately again. So, even though he's not technically dead yet.
He's gonna be double dead.
I will say, the funniest part, and obviously saddest as well, but the funniest part is that they just leave they just leave him like that. He's still walking around, like, Cliff Jumper's, like, upper half is still moving around after this. And they just leave him in the base. They don't even have anyone go and, like, hey, make sure he's dead.
Yeah, make sure he's like not moving anymore.
Yeah, they're like, I don't care. That's how much Megatron does not care about, like, the corpse that is walking around. All right.
He just wanted to test some stuff.
Yep. Load these. Wait a second. Gotta let these load.
So many clips.
There are a lot of clips. That's all right though. Kind of what happens when app
Go over
shows.
a show.
Yeah. Oops.
There we go.
Don't know why those are loading like that, but we'll just do this. This next clip. What clip is this one?
This one's when they they were fighting against the Terracons, Ratchet and Optimus.
Yeah. Oh, there. But yeah. So, I mean, this is like, I mean, at least we get Ratchet out of the base right now. But after this, like, movie section, when they just stick him fully into the base for a good long while. So it's nice seeing Ratchet actually do something.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
glad.
yeah. But,
I forgot what the other clip was about. Oh, yeah, torturing Agent Fowler.
oh,
That was
okay.
a
But there's a
that was a fun scene.
yeah. It's a fun scene. You get you get a little bit of what. Well, I guess they've already figured out what their plan was, but it's nice seeing it in effect and stuff like that. And so,
Yeah, like slowly introducing it within the 5 episodes.
yeah,
I think it's great.
giving it time to like show you what's going to happen and stuff like that. And then also the Terracons are just they are pretty terrifying. Like they do not
Like if
stop.
yeah, if I saw that in real life, I mean, I would shit myself,
Yeah.
honestly.
Like they do not stop even if you cut them in half and stuff like that. So it's like
You just have to go for the head
yeah. And then
or their sparks.
and it's interesting because obviously you can just collect the Energon crystal again. Like it doesn't really get used up per se. At least not usually. I don't know. Like there's tons of moments where it just doesn't get used up, even if it's used to create zombie
New life.
transformers. Yeah.
And just turning Megatron purple just to give him like beautiful lighting for that.
Yeah. It is it is interesting having Megatron's solution to like because he's not able to control these guys, until he decides to add a Dark Energon to himself. And it's also cool that he's strong enough to like resist the effects of the Dark Energon. So
For a bit.
yeah, for a bit. But
Yeah. I mean, he has to insert some kind of power into himself, just like Prime did.
yep. And then it is funny that the Dark Energon does not work for Starscream. But
He's not strong enough.
yeah. Well, it's not even that he's like he gets taken over by the Dark Energon. He's just like it just doesn't work for him. It just doesn't activate.
Unicron really said fuck you and leave.
Yeah. Unicron was all like, I don't care if you put inserted. I don't even need you as a pawn.
You're not even worth it.
Yeah.
I don't
And
want that twink in my team.
he do be a twink. That's for sure.
Would snap him like a stick.
Yeah. I mean, this is terrifying. Like, just like all of them
Stacking up on.
stacking up on them and everything like that. So, but you do get to see like how strong Optimus is, how strong Ratchet is, and stuff like that. So, which is pretty cool.
Power scaling done right.
Yes. And then, I don't know. It's fun that they just disappeared for 3 years, and they're all like, "Okay, now we're back." There wasn't
And
even a
we're
big,
ready to kill.
yeah, and there wasn't even a big battle, or like they don't mess it or like mention like, oh, there was this big tough battle, and then the Decepticons disappeared for 3 years. It literally was, yeah, they just disappeared for 3 years randomly. Obviously, we know why. It's because Megatron went to go look for Dark Energon, but like, even still, it's just like, they decided to just disappear.
They just dipped.
Yep.
Lol.
Oh, okay. This is, yeah.
I gotta say, I do enjoy Megatron's alt mode. I think it's very pretty.
Yeah. You know, this is probably like the most terrifying Starscream is was ever in this like the show. Or at least this first
Yeah, just like
season.
the first 5 episodes, he's just like creepy, and then just switched to a drama queen so
Yeah.
fast.
He turned into someone that, tortures Agent Fowler into and then just turning into a big drama queen about everything else.
Character development for real.
But it's fine. I do like the Fowler doesn't like give up the Autobot base or anything like that.
He doesn't break.
He does not break. So, his training actually did something. Though
Listen,
obviously something happened because then Fowler's just like cuckoo for the rest of this like episode.
yeah, he just like went crazy from the end on.
Yeah. But it's a nice, you know, scene of showing what the Decepticons will do, and they'll like definitely do some messed up things just to get information and all that.
Like they actually torture people.
Yeah,
Shocker. Unlike in the Michael Bay universe.
yep. They like
They
they
just
do some
kill.
messed up thing. Yeah, they just kill in Michael Bay universe. Like they won't torture for information or anything like that.
Yeah. Either you give it to them or not, they'll kill you regardless.
Yep. Oh,
This is just gonna
grandma.
turn into shitting on Michael Bay.
Yeah, that's fine.
You were gonna say something?
No. I was just saying because Agent Fowler's all he has now gone crazy. He's all like, "Grandma, is that you?" So, but the first of a few times that the Autobots like invade the Decepticon ship, the emu goes. He said, "Yeah," but yeah. It is funny because they don't know where the Autobot base is, but they always know where the Decepticon base is. Because it's just a flying fortress. So
It's
like,
hard to
kind of,
miss.
yeah, it's hard to miss that. Oh,
Plus, like their shields failed all the time, just like
mm,
in that one episode.
yeah. All right, I guess we'll go on to episode 6 then.
Yippee! The only time a Skyquake appeared.
And
Anyway,
said something at
Starscream,
least.
yeah, the only time appeared and just never appeared after that. Anyway, Starscream takes over as the leader of the Decepticons and decides to awake Skyquake because the troops don't trust him as a leader. So he just want to take Skyquake as like an example that he should be trustworthy. But as shown in the show, the Skyquake doesn't listen to Starscream or Prime's reason and starts a fight with Optimus, which resulted in his death. Along with the fighting happening, Megatron's signal was found active by Soundwave in the sidelines, uh, and Starscream went to investigate. He found that his spark was still active due to the Dark Energon, which we saw that can like reactivate the dead. And then Starscream just decided to take it out and send it to the Decepticon ship because of the sound wave.
So, this is like the first time we see like Starscream being this and stuff like that. And trying uh
Get
get his
Megatron.
yeah, overthrow Megatron, which is funny because don't understand like Starscream doesn't have any like he doesn't want anything to be changed or anything like that. So like I don't know why he wants to be the leader.
Because he's just
Besides,
narcissistic like that.
yeah, besides just he wants to be the leader. That is his reasoning. There is no reason behind him wanting to be the leader. He just wants to be the leader.
Yeah, he does
So,
that in every show and every adaptation.
yeah.
Except for like the Michael Bay movies. I don't think he showed a personality there.
I don't think Starscream speaks in the Michael Bay movies.
He does, but like people don't even recognize him.
I
I didn't even recognize like half of the Decepticons there.
Yeah, I didn't even I knew who's Starscream, but I did not recognize. I didn't. He's just like not a big player in those movies for whatever reason.
Outside of Megatron, no one was a big player.
Yeah.
And that, like, evil red one as well.
Yeah. And so it's nice that we do get to see Starscream,
Finally
shine.
getting a personality.
Yeah. I do like that Skyquake does just fully remember everything. He's all like, haven't seen you since this battle. And then we got Starscream going in and
Reminding him everything new.
yeah. I do like that Optimus tried to reason with him. He's all like, well, Megatron's dead, so like I like that Starscream and Optimus both are all like, well, Megatron's dead, and he just does not believe it
Like,
at all.
your enemy and you're in the second in command just told you he's dead.
And you just still don't believe it.
Everyone believes you are deceased. Who am I to disappoint them, Master?
Um, I mean, in truth, what he should have done is just pull it out and then left Megatron there.
But he couldn't because
Star,
Starscream's pet was there.
oh right,
No,
Soundwave
Soundwave's pet was
shows
there.
up. Forgot about
Yeah.
that.
Laserbeak. Poor guy.
Lord Megatron, and he is unwell.
Oh.
He just sees everything and everybody.
Yep. Except that the only time he doesn't hear him is when he tells Megatron that specific thing.
Yeah, or sees that the Dark Energon is just taken out.
Yeah. So. But episode
It was
6,
too late.
episode 6 is all right. It's uh I think they just better like now we're in like a string of just like one-shot episodes. Like you don't necessarily have to watch the previous episodes to get it, but
Exactly. Like, they're one shots, but they still develop the characters and just show how they act.
yeah. And the show references past episode. Like like most all of the episodes, even the one-shots get like referenced later on. Like uh episode 7, like obviously we get Skyquake coming back in a later episode, so and everything. So it's like they do build on it, but you don't necessarily have to watch every single episode.
Yeah.
It just helps obviously if you want to get the overarching story. So
And like the character development and their weaknesses and stuff. Like, for example, in episode 7, where we got introduced to scraplets, aka parasites that feed off of living metal. And they were first found by Raph while he was playing alone, but originally they were found on the Arctic by Bulkhead and Bumblebee, and Raph just found one after it was unfreezing in the Autobots base. And Raph and Jack and Miko ended up defending Ratchet B and Bulkhead, while Optimus and RC were in the Arctic to find clues what the pod might be for, and they almost freeze to death, and the Autobots at the base were just somehow still managing to stay alive.
yeah, this is we'll start the clip. I will talk. This this episode was good because this is really the first episode that we see the kids be able to do
Help
thing
them?
like yeah help them like obviously if the kids weren't here they would not have survived this scraplet attack um
They'd be
because
just dead.
yeah they'd just be dead because obviously they still like even if the kids weren't there they would have found the odd investigating the Arctic and then they would have died because
Yeah.
of this. So,
I
and
like
this is
this episode a lot because like they showed like weaknesses to the Autobots. They weren't just immortal
yeah.
forever. Like gave them like something to die with.
Yeah, I also like that it kind of it starts introducing like the technology that they soon find because like the different weapons that came out of Cybertron, like the Cybertronian war, because this scraplets were a weapon, right? That's what like one of the things were.
Yeah.
So they so it's nice that once again we get more backstory about Cybertron and like that big war that happened. As like and this is like the first moment that we get to see, oh, this is Cybertronian. This is a weapon that one of the side, I think it was Decepticons made, but and they just got so out of hand that even the Decepticons couldn't even handle them. So
Gotta love those parasites.
yeah, they are adorable. They are very cute. Like
I saw there were like 2 toys being sold of these guys. They're just so cute.
yeah, but you know this is a good. This is just a fun episode. Just and you get Ratchet finally like this is the episode that Ratchet finally starts like opening up to the humans a little bit because he kind of gets
Like
their
slowly
respect after.
trusting.
Yeah, he like kind of gets their respect after this episode. So
He
oh, yeah,
finally sees that not all humans are all bad.
yeah. Next we got episode
And
8.
we have episode 8 where we meet Wheeljack for the first time and the only time in the episode. He's an old friend of Bulkhead's who ended up coming to Earth's orbit, but he got attacked by Decepticons before meeting with him. They catch up at base with stories to share from their record days to Miko mostly, but it ended up being a fake Wheeljack who was actually in the Autobot base, and while the real one was kept captive in the Decepticon base, but he managed to escape and kill his clone and continued his adventures in space afterwards.
Yeah. So Wheeljack's just a fun character. Once again, you get more story about Cybertron. Like, oh, there was more than like what? Like most people only know like Bumblebee, Ratchet, and Optimus Prime.
Optimus and Megatron.
Yeah, and Megatron and all that. But now we get to see more of these like players that were very big in the war, like very like important to the war effort and stuff like that. With
Yeah, and shows like different jobs that existed during the
y-
time.
yeah, and like and that there's different let's I think it was last episode I think they bring up scouts and stuff like that, right? Like there's different
Yep,
levels
Bumblebee
and
being a scout, yes.
yeah, so um oh wait, that might have been the Skyquake episode that they bring that up. But basically there's like different levels of being an Autobot and stuff like that. So like when you're young, you're like more of a scout and like you get like you kind of rank up and get to become a warrior and stuff like that. So it just takes time.
It's a slow build up, but a good one.
Yes. And and I do like this episode is great because once again, the very bulkhead centric episode, which I always love those. And you get to see him you see that bulkhead is the one that figures out that it the
He's a fake.
wheeljack yeah, that he was a fake. Um like and I like that wheeljack while he is captured, he believes Bulkhead's gonna figure it out. He's all like, "Oh, don't worry, I believe in Bulkhead." Um, And I like that it actually did turn out that way. Like, Bulkhead did figure it out because... And stuff, like, just by using his memories and stuff.
Smart execution.
Yes. So... That's my Jackie.
Whichever one then maybe.
But, you know, it's just a fun, you know, it's kind of a common episode. Like a lot of like action cartoons do this episode where one of them like pretends to be the other, like to be somebody. But, you know, this one worked. It was good. So,
Well, very well executed.
yes. And, you know, Starscream is still in charge at this point, so you get a little bit of his hijinks with this.
He's a great leader.
I like that. I like that no one else listens to him. He literally screams, "Go run," and nobody listens to him. So,
I mean, who would?
true. I mean, I would. I'd be all like, "Oh, our boss is saying we should run. All right."
And run away.
That brings us up on to episode 9.
Where we first meet the mech.
Yes.
Are human versions of Decepticons. And so Agent Fowler pretty much calls on the Autobots to help after getting shot down from the sky by alleged Decepticons for carrying a dingus, then aka a dynamic nuclear generation system. I like that they just named it dingus. It's funny.
Yeah, it's fun.
So Autobots help him carry it back to secure a secure human base, and the alleged Decepticons who attacked Fowler was actually Silas, the leader of Mech, who has a similar ideology as Megatron, as I mentioned.
Yeah. So, this is the first time we get human villains and stuff like that. But, you know, it's just one of those that, like, when you have these cool, like, evil robot mechs, it's kind of like, while the humans in this, like, the evil humans are cool, they kind of just get outshone by by the just normal
Everyone.
Decepticons. Yeah. So,
Like, they were a cool put in for Megatron while he was in a coma. But, like, as soon as he woke up, it's just like, why are they there?
yeah. I mean, and they do have some of the like they can't like obviously the Decepticons can't get information about Jack, Miko, and Raph, while obviously Silas can, as we see later on in a later episode. So,
Yep.
but even still, they don't use that knowledge like to the full extent.
They could, but for some
Yeah.
reason don't.
Yeah. Like, well,
Like,
and
they
you would
could
think,
kidnap
oh,
the
sorry.
kids. Yeah. They could have kidnapped the kids and then used them as bait for the Autobots to come and just analyze them.
Yeah. Well, I guess the only the only problem with that is that they have obviously each kid has their protector. So RC, Bumblebee, and Bulkhead are like always with them even at school. But like you would think that, you know, Mech would be able to like track them, like the Autobots or something like that, just like use a tracking device or just like follow them to their base kind of thing. But
But they don't have the cloaking technology to like make themselves disappear.
Yeah. So they're kind of not fully utilized as villains, to say. Well, and I just like in this part specifically, I like that Optimus is all like, do not kill, only disarm, and then there's like full on explosions and like people clearly get killed that with them trying to protect this thing.
They are disarmed when they're dead.
Yeah.
Who are these guys? Autobots, maintain your cover and apply minimal force. Disarmament only.
But I think it was like, I think it's like RC like fully like blows up a car, like it flips and then blows up. So like they clearly aren't like, even then that guy likes, obviously to keep it a kid's show, he snuck back in beforehand, but that man would not be able to slip through the window that quick when the car's
Yeah.
about to flip.
I mean, they're not afraid to just kill off characters on screen, so.
True. So
I also like the RCs like colored blue, like their color of their blood. So they're just
yeah,
covered in their blood constantly.
They're right.
it's just funny that like I guess Optimus has no defenses when it comes to if somebody gets onto him like this. Like,
Yeah, because the trailer is not a part of his like body.
yeah, but wouldn't he be feeling like he's like,
You're gonna tell me everything I wanna
he,
know.
oh, and that man is dead, by the way. He hit a full-on tree going about 60 miles per hour. So
I do hope you take better care of the dingus than you do your
I will
Dead
say
as hell.
I love that Silas is voiced by Clancy Brown, Mr. Krabs himself.
Identify yourself.
So, you know, there is
Oh,
that.
really?
Yeah.
But of greater consequence to you.
Nice, I didn't know that.
Are mech.
So,
Fair
Mr. Krabs voices a lot of cartoon characters. He just has like a very distinct voice, so he voices a lot of cartoon characters.
Tell me, Cy, what's the market price for a dingus these days?
I wonder how many I
What
didn't
makes you think
notice.
we intend to sell it, Agent Fowler?
So, we at least get that. But once again, it's a good episode. It's not bad like it's not bad in any sense. It's just like the human ones aren't as interesting, to say the least.
It gives them more threats to take care of.
Yeah. So that takes us to episode 10.
To where we need to write a history report.
Oh yeah.
After taking Miko out of detention, her and Bulkhead go to an urgent site in Greece, meeting Bulkhead, an old enemy of breakdowns, and they spar for a little bit, breaking the ruins around them. On one of those ruins, there was a ancient artifact of the Cybertronians that they just had on Earth from like millions of years ago. So, and they found it in a museum, so they just go to the museum to try to take it. But the Energon harvester gets taken by Soundwave by the end of it to bring it to Starscream. And who uses it to farm Energon at the same site the breakdown and the bulkhead were on earlier, but now they have an easier way to mine it. But bulkhead takes a stop to it, breaking it in the process, but being very weak by the end of it.
And so this is kind of like, this is kind of just like heist, the heist episode, just where they're grabbing it, like they have to like take something at like from the museum and stuff like that, so they have to come up with a heist. My favorite part about this episode is that we'll see it because I believe it's in this scene, but like Miko at one point takes a picture of the statue that they're trying to like take the energon harvester from, and then puts her phone in front of a camera, but it's a museum. There's there's even a camera right next to that camera. So it's like there's so many angles that they probably were getting like shown on.
We
So
ignored that little mistake.
yeah.
My
But
favorite
like
part about like a similar scene was like Knockout just flirting with Optimus Prime.
yeah. When who's I think that it's in this scene as well when he's all like, "Ooh, nice
Yeah,
rims."
I think it is.
Like, see if you look
Just
to
like
the
my friend here.
left and right, there's cameras there as well. So like, you're gonna get caught on one of those cameras.
Eventually.
Yeah. But she just does that, and then like, there's the other camera right next to it. Not only that, they have to go a little bit to the right, so it's like they're going straight into the line of sight of that camera. Sweet rim.
24 gauge? You're real heavy duty.
Well, and then
I
this
hate that
is
I can just quote it.
well, and knockouts or knockdown. No wait, no, it is knockout. Knockout
Knockout.
I combine breakdown and knockout together. But
Is their secret love child.
yeah, but knockout is voiced by um Timmy Turner's dad, so that's fun. He just has that once again, he just has another like very distinct voice, I feel like. So it's always fun seeing him take a bunch of voice acting roles and stuff like that.
I wish to meet him on a con one day. If I go to one.
Yeah. It'd be a lot of fun. I don't know how often they go to cons, but Hulk had just taken the roof
Somehow he manages.
to not like slam down onto. It is also like that thing has to weigh so much. Like that's kind of
It's heavy for the kids to do it.
yeah. I forget why don't they just use the ground bridge?
For some reason they don't. Even though they
Yeah.
ground bridge and bridge inside, probably.
Yeah. Yeah, they ground bridge to get in there, but they're not ground bridging out.
They gotta make it tense.
Not RC.
And just the scene of sound already was great.
But I mean, I guess they need to get Miko caught, but and also they have to lose the energon harvester, but still like they could have just ground bridged out of there, right?
Yeah, realistically, yes.
But I get that we need like tension in the episodes, though.
What? I'm going in after her. Bulkhead, Miko may be detained, but she is safe from harm.
That is true. Like, she didn't do anything. Episode 11. This one I enjoy this episode a lot.
It was a fun episode. So Jack and RC end up in a street race with the bully in Jack's school and beating him easily. The next day, the same bully invites him to a street race, but RC is against it, making Jack ask Bumblebee and Raph to use Bumblebee for the race. While they race, they meet Knockout, who kidnaps the bully, thinking it's Bee's human companion. Bumblebee and the rest of the Autobots save the bully, bringing him to his car, and Jack's just pretending he got jumped by a random human, while Knockout got punished at the base for acting irrationally.
Yeah. It is funny that Knockout believes that the bully is B's human when he is clearly arguing with B, like, outside of B.
Like, he saw the humans like 2 times by now.
Yeah.
So theoretically, he should remember them.
Theoretically, she should remember them, but he does not. But you know what? It would be the Decepticons that are all like, it's a human. Whatever.
Don't care.
But
Close enough.
You didn't let me answer. Nope. RC, we can smoke him. Yep. You just don't get it.
I do like
Jack. Optimus does. And rule number 1, in case you missed it,
Hmm?
never abuse.
I do like RC. RC in this episode is just fun. Specifically for this moment.
Vince, maybe racing isn't such a
It's just like, oh yeah, so, but let's keep it to the rules and then just switch it up a moment later.
Yep.
Chunky clunky trike. And ugly.
Like like him just saying you're ugly. That's she's all like, "Oh hell no."
Who's going down?
Like, I can take any other insult, but ugly? Nah.
No way.
rule number 1.
Gets bent. Just this once.
By this teenage little boy with ginger hair.
Your pal Darby. He's
Ready when you are, Vinny.
dirt road by
It is funny that he has a crush on her name's like Sarah, right? Or whatever, even though she can't even remember his
forgot.
name. Sierra, it's Sierra.
Yeah.
Like she can't even
Just so
remember his name.
irrelevant.
Yeah.
That was fair. RC.
Winning isn't enough, Jack. You want to make him cry.
You want to make him cry. I do like that. She's all like it really got to him calling her ugly once really got to her.
She knows her self-worth.
Hey,
Yes, which is good.
Sierra, a quick once around the block.
Don't push it.
But it's also funny that the bully is like crashing on his bike when like his bike is very nice. You would think he would also be all like, you know what? Nice bike. Yeah.
American bullies build different.
Apparently, yeah. All right.
On to your least favorite episode, probably.
Yeah. I mean, she's a good character and she's creepy. I mean, it's good because she's a villain, but you know, still don't like spiders, so
Yeah. I'm the same with the oceans.
yeah.
So pretty much in this episode, a meteor crashes into the Earth's core. But around the area, Jack and RC were investigating, thinking it's an energon supply. But it comes out like they found out it's a ship of RC's longtime enemy, Arachnid. The girls end up fighting. And RC ended up getting stuck on a wall with RC's arachnids, spider webs, and Jack came to her to try save her, failed, and decided to run away. To not get added to her endangered species collection. He ends up burning her ship down as RC frees herself and saves Jack from death. And Arachnid just going underground.
And so they don't defeat Arachnid in this episode. She
Just
goes
runs
away.
away.
Yeah. But yeah, this episode is actually really good. I liked it a lot, especially with RC having like PTSD and stuff like that throughout it, and like we get a little bit once again we get to see Cybertron and stuff like that a little bit more, and obviously we get to see the uh like causing event of why she's so scared of Arachnid.
Yeah, and why she's like acting like a lone wolf, not trusting people much.
Yeah. So, but this is also a good episode because this is the episode where RC and Jack like officially become like partners and stuff like that. So, you know, she
And
does
connect a
like
little bit more.
yeah, she opens up her heart a little bit more to him.
Tell that to the Decepticons.
So,
A beautiful thing to bond over.
yeah. I do also like that Arachnid, at least in this episode, isn't actually technically a Decepticon. She was obviously a part of them, but she left, which is once again a fun like thing that you don't see too often, or like in the live actions you don't see anyone leave the
Yeah.
Decepticons and stuff like that.
It's
So
just like either one team or the other.
yeah, there isn't any of these like solo people like her.
Or like anything in between, usually just like neutral people.
Yeah. So and just like, you know, every war there's going to be some people that don't agree with it and stuff and probably won't even take part or will take advantage of it and like do it for their own personal gains.
Yeah.
And obviously we know where Arachnid is in that on that spectrum.
Of course.
There are a ton of moments where RC could just like that in particular. She could have just shot her Arachnid and killed her real quick, but
Yeah.
you gotta have it that
She
she
just gets
comes back.
I told you to wait for me.
Well, partners don't ditch partners.
Get this through your head. You're not my partner. You're a liability.
I don't believe you. I can see it in your eyes. You're afraid, RC. And you're never afraid.
That is true. She is afraid. She lost her partner before. She doesn't want to lose another one.
Third time's the charm after all.
I know, right? Ooh, this one's fun. Finally get the return. Well, not full return, but we get a little bit of a return for Megatron.
Finally, took him long enough.
Yeah.
What, like 7 episodes?
Yeah. Yeah, about 7 episodes.
My math is correct, let's go. Pretty much, Ratchet finds 2 signals while testing wavelengths, finding the Decepticon warship and an Autobot distress signal. The Decepticons warship shields were down, so they kind of got scanned easily. So, and Ratchet and Optimus decide to go to the Autobot ship, finding out it was infested with a Cybertronic plague, which turns the user to rust rapidly and can contaminate others through infected energon, which was made by Megatron himself and for some reason not used today. Optimus got infected, so RC and Bumblebee had to go into the Decepticon ship to retrieve the cure, and they found out about Megatron's coma and connect B to his brain to get the cure for the plague, which they managed to get, but Megatron's consciousness ended up getting into B's mind after disconnecting.
So, this was actually a really cool episode. Okay, so this is the very long video. Got it. It is, this was a cool episode because, like, we might skip around in this video. Just to,
Yeah, of course.
but, like,
Ratchet, we're ready.
Initiate
first of all, you get Ratchet finally left the base in 7 episodes, so that was good. But he didn't fight anybody. It was just like a quick little leave.
A little walk.
Yeah. But it is, once again, you get the weaponry like that was made during the war on Cybertron with this plague and stuff like that, to where it was like it rapidly like killed people, like it killed so many on Cybertron and stuff like that.
The Decepticon
Um
capital back on
Yeah, it
Cybertron.
gives another weakness to the Transformers,
yeah.
which I like.
And yeah, it's very nice. And once again, you get to see that technology that was made to combat it and stuff, or like that was made for the war. And then it being that Megatron created it, so obvious. I also like the reasoning behind it. I think Jack is the one that like says Megatron wouldn't make a plague without having the cure for it, right?
Yeah,
And so like which once again is showing his character that he would, like, Megatron wouldn't use or make something that he didn't have something to counteract it, kind of thing,
yeah,
in
the
case.
frog just in case for him. Like
Yeah.
if he gets infected.
So like, which is just, it's fun. I think we'll skip a little bit ahead. We'll skip to,
It's not a memory. We're seeing Kaon as Megatron has recreated it in his darkest dreams.
here, we'll skip ahead to where Bumblebee is like reasoning to Megatron.
Such irony that after ages of endless battle, the
Yeah.
mighty Optimus Prime is
So
now
we did skip ahead a little bit, but basically Megatron figures out that Optimus was infected, so he's like gloating about it. He's all like, "Oh, that's hilarious that after all this time, Optimus is gonna be killed by a plague that I created so long ago."
that I want most, Scout.
But I do like the scene specifically for Bumblebee reasoning that he's all like,
Like,
you want to
yeah.
kill him."
Will whenever I
It's
desire.
like if you want to kill him by your own hand, help him.
Yeah, he's all like, "We all know you want to actually kill him. You don't want some plague to kill him. So come on, give us the cure." And I like that Megatron apparently doesn't think that they're like watching to get the cure.
Watch the spark ebb from
He probably thought just Bumblebee was impulsive to just get in there.
Yeah, probably.
Because he would be impulsive.
He would.
the chemical
So,
formula for the cure you seek. Not that I expect you to know how to read it.
but
And how am I to accomplish terminating Optimus
yeah.
and the foe?
And of course, once again, you get to see like Megatron trying to like make a deal to have him get
Me from this prison, you will have the
like to wake up and stuff like that from his coma. So,
You must guarantee my
but
recovery.
you know, obviously
Optimus fades to
the Autobots do not want that to happen. They don't want Megatron to come back because he is such a big threat. Oh.
We have the formula. Disconnect
Optimus should have
Bumblebee
killed him earlier.
Yeah, Optimus should have killed him so many times over. But you know, he's still Optimus still like has that like thing of him kind of being his friend kind of thing, even though he has
Yeah, from
betrayed and
that
killed
long
some.
ago.
Yeah. So, but yeah. So this is cool because obviously they just get the code and then immediately disconnect him and stuff. So. Well, it's also funny because RC shooting that ruins his or it ruins frickin' Starscream's plan to kill him.
But it can be like, oh yeah, I didn't kill him. The Autobots did. He's not
Yeah.
officially dead.
Yeah. But because it's funny because RC decided to shoot the thing keeping him alive, that is the reason why they still keep him alive. Or at least his body alive. Next up, we got episode 14. We are halfway through.
How fun. In this one, Megatron, whose consciousness is now in B's mind, ends up controlling him, and to find a piece of Dark Energon from an earlier Terracon battle, and bridges himself to the Decepticon ship to revive his body, and bringing his consciousness also into his body, which is where we get him back finally.
Oh. After about 8 episodes, Megatron is officially back. So, which kind of is like a running thing with Megatron and Optimus. They'll die, but then they'll come back. So,
Yeah.
and this does show like Megatron was still conscious while he was in a coma. And I like that this like him pulling out the Dark Energon core Dark Energon from his core was like one of the big reasons that he turns against Starscream. And kind
And
of
beats him up at the end of the episode.
yeah, I like that he's all like, I'm kind of done with the bull that you keep on doing. Because Megatron doesn't care, or before he pulls the Dark Energon from him, he doesn't care that Starscream plots against him and stuff. So
He's just fine with it because
yeah,
he knows he'll fail constantly.
yeah. I also like that it shows how strong Megatron truly is, because even if he's not in his own body, he can still take down like Ratchet very easily and other Autobots really easily.
The days of the gladiators stayed with him.
Yeah. So which shows that it's not just like his strength that like it's not just Megatron's strength that keeps him or makes it that he wins and stuff. Bumblebee.
Get him, B. We love you.
As much as I want you to leave Bumblebee's body, I can't let you go back to your own.
Which is just, it's also funny that like I don't know, like that scene, like him talking just now, Megatron talking kind of confuses me. I don't know if it was supposed to be beep beeps or technically it was like beeps or whatever, but
Yeah, like technically they're supposed to be beeps with
Yeah.
the voice box being like fucked up, but for some reason they didn't put that.
Yeah, but I think I don't know. I think Raph technically heard the beeps, but they wanted us as the audience to hear Megatron's voice, so you're not gonna hear that with
Probably.
beep.
They could have just done like in beeps in Megatron's voice.
Yeah,
Would have been
just
kind of
like
funny.
yeah, just like a deeper like beeps.
Like beep beep motherfucker.
I know, right? Beep beep.
Next
Yeah.
one is when they got stuck in a limbo, aka episode 15. We're almost like 10 episodes away from the
Yeah.
ending. Soon.
Yep.
Starscream gets beaten up by Megatron at the end of the last episode, and the injuries got so bad that he got sent to the med bay for knockouts to fix him. And after recovery, not really recovery, he just got up and left. He got the Dark Energon shard he took out from Megatron the first time, and makes his way to Skyquake's grave to revive him and take control of him. But the Autobots stop him. He tries to ground Bridge back along with the humans who just got in to see a zombie, and because they were feeding off of each other, it sent kids into the war shadow zone, where they try to escape from, sending messages through sending messages to Miko's phone to like escape.
Yeah. So like this episode is it's kind of creepy. I think like the big lumbering zombie is actually kind of creepy. Um, but you know it answers a question I don't think many people thought about. Like, hey, what happens if two bridges are on top of each other at the same time?
Yeah,
And so like I don't think any audience member was asking that question, but you know what? I'm happy they answered it because it was actually pretty interesting.
yeah. It's
Um,
like here's your answer, just in case if you wonder.
yeah. Um, and once again, we get it's a Starscream like centric episode, which is always great. It's just always a great episode when that happens. Um, and not only that, like this part, like it's also interesting because like the Dark Energon shard just doesn't work for Starscream because he breaks it in half and gives one half to um Skyquake's dead body, and then he puts the other half into him, and the half that he puts into him doesn't like heal him or give him any power. But
Yeah,
the other
because it was
half,
probably too small for it.
yeah. And so but the other half does revive Skyquake. And so it's kinda interesting that it didn't work for him. And then this also this episode we learn that you can like they get upgrades and stuff like that as for like the Transformers. So like uh knock out was like
Knockout.
yeah, knockout. I keep on wanting to say knockdown, and I don't know why. But knockout like show
Yeah.
is all like, hey, we can finally upgrade your arm because that arm was kind of old anyway. Why don't we get you a new one that's better? And he's all like, no.
Stronger, better, prettier.
Yeah. So, but yeah, just a nice little episode.
Nice little exploration of more stuff. Next episode we have robot kidnapping, aka kidnapping or breakdown. Um, in Breakdown and Bulkhead get into a brawl again while exploring an energon site, and Breakdown ends up winning. But as Breakdown is about to smash his head with a hammer, Meg shocks him and to an unconscious state, and they take him away. The Decepticons decide not to save him because, like, if you get taken by humans, you're useless. So the Autobots save him anyway.
Yeah. This one's actually a very interesting episode because like the Autobots decide to go save him, but the Decepticon, like Megatron, basically says no. Um, and the Autobots only go to save him because like they don't want their secrets or like their technology to be like taken by the mech, right?
Yep.
So it's interesting and stuff, and we get to see once again bulkhead centric episode, so it's great. Um,
Yeah.
and we get to see him and Breakdown like team up for this part, and you feel bad for Breakdown, like he literally gets tortured in this episode, and it's kind of sad. He even
Yeah.
lose
Like
he. Oh, I was just gonna say
you first.
he
Yeah, you
also
first.
like loses an eye and stuff like that, and they keep that as his in his character. Oh,
I wish Knockout went to like try to at least save him, and then let's say like coming in late at least to like try to save him because they are together. So it'll be like
yeah,
more like pushing the agenda with them.
yeah. I mean, I do like that Starscream does end up like defying Megatron's orders and comes and helps him, but it would have been better having Knockout do it. But it is fun. Like I like that Breakdown even was like, "What are you doing?" Like he doesn't believe that he came to save him and stuff like that. So, but
It's a
it's
cute
like
moment.
it is cute. And there's no like betrayal moment until well, obviously once the Decepticons show up, but there's not really like Breakdown isn't all like, "Oh yeah, I can use this opportunity to finally put Bulkhead down once and for all" type thing. Yeah, he doesn't
Yeah,
like
he
take
just
advantage.
he just like takes it as is, just like, hey, thank you, bro, appreciate
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. He doesn't take advantage of the moment or anything like that until the other just
Starscream orders him to.
yeah. And basically he was forced to. He didn't want to fight Bulkhead in that moment, but
He was like, ah, fine, I'm gonna do it.
yeah. Well, and you do get to see Starscream be a little bit smart, like after he saves him, or like gets Breakdown and stuff like that. He's all like, "You don't want Megatron to make it or know that we came to save you. You want to make it look like you escaped on your own, so you still have a place here. That way you're
Yeah.
not killed." So also, this is the first in like because there's so much like gunfire happening to the Transformers. This is the first time we see them like kind of get hurt by guns, like normal human guns, even if it's not much.
At least some damage.
Yeah. Funnily enough, I did not actually expect Starscream and them to show up. I thought when they said, "Oh, Bogey's incoming," I'm like, "Oh, cool, it's the Autobots. They're here." And then the reveal of it being Starscream was actually kind of cool. So, also, I like that Starscream just also did like they must have like found a replacement for his arm. That's the exact same thing.
Yeah, they just had to, they didn't feel like reusing the armless model.
Yeah, they're like, yeah, they found an arm. Cool. But yeah. Yeah. oof. Oh, hi, Cat. Thank you for the oof. That actually kind of scared me. Thought it was on the show. Hi, Cat. Welcome. Thank you for the oof. Got a little bit of a jump scare while talking about Transformers Prime. Scared me too. Oh. Yeah. But welcome. I'm doing good. How are you, Cat? We're just talking about Transformers Prime at the moment. So, I don't know if you ever watched this show. We're going to talk about this, and then we're talking about Young Frankenstein next. So,
I hope they did.
yeah. Well, that's good. But yeah. I do like that Optimus is like, you know what? It was foolish to do it on your own, but I'm glad you went to go save your rival. I know I was trying to like get you to go in on that, so I can listen. Nice. Thank you for the lurk, Cat. Always appreciate it. But yeah, I think that's a solid episode, to be truthful. I think it was actually one of my favorite ones this season. Not much happens, but it was
Indeed. It was a very fun experience.
it was, so but now we're on episode 17. Oh yeah.
Oh,
When
fun.
when
Mech
mom fight.
appears again.
Yep. Yeah, 2
The
back-to-back
mech
episodes,
appears. Yeah, because they needed more screen time.
I guess. I mean, if you
Yeah.
got Clancy Brown to voice a villain, maybe use them a
You might
little
as
bit.
well use it.
Yeah.
Mech finds a distress signal of an injured Khan, which ended up being Arachnid, using it to lure them to come to make a deal with them, and she makes a deal to like give whatever. I got confused for a second.
No, you're
She
fine.
makes a deal with them to uh for them to lure in RC and Jack by taking their mother, by taking Jack's mom. Arachnid gives Jack a time limit until 12 to save his mother, but he ends up failing, uh, and she decides to go for the kill. But before she does, RC comes in to save him, to save them both, adding Jack's mom as the final common human who knows of the Transformers.
So I will say it's a good episode. I like that this is because they all got their protectors, Araf, Miko, and Jack. All of them got their protectors, obviously in car form, so their family only sees them in car form. But none of them question how they just randomly got these things, like these expensive looking vehicles,
Yeah.
except for
Like
Jack's mom.
Yeah. Raph suddenly gets a car out of nowhere as
And
a
he is
kid.
as 12 years old, but he's just getting picked up randomly from this very nice looking car. Um and
Yeah, he drives at the ripe age of 12.
yeah. And I do like that in this episode, like his mom's all like is getting fed up with him sneaking in late at night, like him breaking curfew, and so we get a little bit of that. The vehicle doesn't, or like the motorcycle doesn't leave the garage, but she's also a transformer, so she needs to go out on missions and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I also like that. I guess Raph and Mika, I guess they don't all hang out outside of the base because I like that his mom has not met either of them.
Yeah, it
So,
looks like it. About right.
yeah. Uh, this is a alright episode. Once again, it has Arachnid, so not my favorite episode,
Of
but
course.
it is a solid episode, and we have once again we get to see RC get closer to Jack and finally have his mom actually learn the secret. So that's actually pretty cool. And the next episode we get the best line ever with Jack's mom and Optimus Prime. So
Yeah. I wore heels and everything.
I wore heels and everything. Oh, where's Optimus? I wore heels and everything.
My favorite line.
Uh, Jack's mom's into freaking Optimus Prime. You know what? I see it, but
I mean, he got that waist though.
yeah, looks like Jack might have to call Optimus dad.
I mean, the other one left, so
Yeah,
or
the
died.
other
I
one,
actually don't remember.
they say left though. He did leave.
One of the two.
I do remember like it was left. I do actually remember. So
Good, good.
yeah, this one's
Fun episode.
yeah. This episode's actually pretty fun.
Yeah, the polarity gauntlet was a fun addition.
Yeah.
In this episode, we have Breakdown, who was sent to get the polarity gauntlet for Lord Megatron to redeem himself from the previous, like 2 episodes ago, where he was kidnapped. As he was trying to get it, at the given location, he met Arachnid, and they fought over it. Before RC and Bulkhead came in to try to get it, and they managed. Actually, did they manage? Whatever.
They
Sorry, I
managed to
confused
get it.
myself.
Yeah.
Yeah, at the end of it, they did. Um, at the first round of them fighting, they didn't manage to get it, but at the second time they were fighting, they managed to get it. And
It
Breakdown came to the Decepticon ship almost empty-handed, but he brought Arachnid with him when she was attached to his back.
so this whole episode is them like fighting over the gauntlet and like each one like oh the Decepticons have it, then the Autobots have it, then the Decepticon has it again, then the Autobots have it. It kind of just goes back and forth a bunch. But the ending part is probably the best part. Well, obviously the beginning and the ending are probably the best part. Um, with having it be that Arachnid basically is captured by Breakdown. Just like, oh, she's stuck to my back. So guess what?
You're coming with me.
Yep, you have to join the Decepticons again.
Welcome back.
I do enjoy this episode because they kind of like paired up like for both the Autobots and Decepticons, they paired up two characters that you didn't even really think about like pairing up. Like I don't ever see Bulkhead. Like I never pictured like Bulkhead and RC working together, but they actually
They
like work
managed.
well. They actually work well together, and then same with Arachnid and Breakdown. Didn't think that was gonna be like a pairing,
My
but
least favorite combo
yeah they
from knowing
it
the lore.
it works in the for the episode, but I don't need them to keep on being partnered up together.
Yeah.
Uh,
Just a heads up, they will like once more in the next season,
okay,
but not in a good way.
yeah. I do also this episode's good because like once again we see Jack's mom. This is like her first full episode about her knowing the secret, and she starts being like very overprotective, not allowing Jack to just like she doesn't even allow Jack to just go and help RC test out one of her systems that she needs to get tested out, kind of thing. So
Even though she protected him for months.
yeah,
Her words.
yeah, months without her knowing. Miko really does just start so many problems in the show, but I don't really care because Miko's a fun character.
Exactly.
But she always starts so many problems like that don't need to happen. She's the reason they get stuck in that like shadow zone. She's the cause for like uh an episode that we're about to talk about with the mind stuff. But and she's just a liability every time she shows up anywhere because she's all like, "Ooh, I want to take pictures and I want to be a part of the fight," but then she can't fight because she's obviously a kid.
Yeah, like a little flashlight.
Yeah. I mean, even if she was an adult, she wouldn't be able to fight like giant robots, but
I mean, maybe if she got a gun, but she's
yeah.
not like 8 yet.
Yeah, if I like ended up like showing up to a bunch of these fights as a human, I'd probably ask Ratchet, is all like, is there like anything you can give us for protection? Because we obviously end up on the in these areas by accident anyway. So can you like help us out? Maybe give us a little bit of protection besides just yourselves?
I mean, maybe one of those Cybertronian like machineries they find they can give to the humans.
Yeah. It is funny that Arachnid like burrows into the ground a bunch for whatever reason.
She gives off like tarantula vibes because they're usually in holes and stuff.
Ah, that means I will never put my hand in a hole ever again.
Yeah, they don't make webs. They just like hide in a hole and attack their prey if they're close.
Oof. I don't like that.
Fun fact.
Yeah, fun fact that terrifies me.
I still love spiders.
I just have always been scared of them. They just terrify me.
There.
I will
I mean, look at
say
those spiders.
I will say with this show, I think one of the downsides is the animation for the humans. It's kind of stiff. The Transformers themselves, they all look amazing. I like their designs and they work very well. But some of the
The humans
humans,
just look bland,
they are very bland.
and the
And
hair looks weird, specifically on the men.
yeah, and some of their animations, like if they're getting up somewhere, like are kind of stiff. So, which is funny because I feel as though the robots who you would think would be more stiff, like have more fluidity with their movements.
Yeah, you can tell which things the writers focused on more.
Yeah, which is fine. I mean, the Transformers are like the biggest part that we want to see anyway. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, and that's the polarity gauntlet. It like messes with like it magnetizes things, which is pretty fun. Um, and then what happens to them happens to Arachnid and Breakdown at the end of the episode. So that's how basically Arachnid has to join back up with the Decepticons, even though she doesn't want to. Pretty funny.
Yeah. Even though she wants to go solo, she has to.
Yep. Otherwise, Megatron
True.
will just kill her.
Yeah, be like, oh yeah, I wanted to come to you guys because I saw you were here.
Yeah,
Definitely,
totally.
definitely. Now on the minor episode, the Autobots, RC, Bulkhead, Jack, and Miko find themselves in the mines left with leftover energon from the Decepticons, which was actually Starscream's secret stash. As they explore it, Megatron and Starscream get to the cave a little bit later, and after finding each other by accident, uh, they get into a fight in the cave. collapses, and the whole episode is just them trying to escape it.
This is probably the most terrifying episode, at least for the humans, because they like, especially like Miko slowly like running out of air and freaking out, being in a tight space and stuff like that. It's terrifying because there's limited air.
Yeah. For me, it was like the worst scene where Megatron was just looking at Jack when he accidentally mined him.
Yeah,
It was fucking creepy.
but this is the episode where Megatron is just done with Starscream's like schemes and stuff, and like he's like not gonna put up with it anymore. And which obviously is terrifying because you don't want to make Megatron mad in the slightest. He will just kill you, or maybe even torture you and then kill you.
Whatever he's feeling that day.
Yeah, basically. And then yeah. And I like that basically Megatron just fully says, "Yeah, I've known all along about your dumb plans." Like,
Soundwave told me.
yeah, Soundwave obviously knew, so I know. And he's all like, "I don't care that you did it. I let you do it just because."
It's
As he
funny
just said.
seeing him crumble.
Yeah. I do like that his reasoning, like, I'm gonna kill you because you know what? Now I'm just tired of it. Like, it was amusing. That's why I let you keep on doing it. But now it's just like getting a little bit boring. Oh,
It's all the same thing over and over again.
yeah. But then we just like, obviously they're stuck in the caves and they escape. So I think there's like a little bit more that you get of like the pairings, like Miko and Bulkhead, all that. But not that big of an episode, but also just like a nice solid episode, I would say.
Just a little filler.
Yeah.
Now we're on episode 20. We're almost done.
We're almost done with
How fun.
the Transformers Prime.
Now, in this episode, Arachnid and Megatron, at the beginning, they were talking about a weapon that has been hidden in an old Decepticon dropship. Starscream being the one who will lead Arachnid to the ship for retrieval. They find the first half of the ship, but Arachnid immobilizes Screamer with her webs to give her the information on the second half of the ship, like where it is, and then she leaves him in the dust with the Autobots, who track the signal of the dropship when they activated it. She finds the immobilizer and tries to defend herself against the Autobots who tracked her because of Starscream. B destroys the immobilizer and Arachnid escapes, while Starscream that escapes them as well and decides not to be a part of any faction anymore for the rest of the season.
This episode's an interesting one because once again you see a little bit of Starscream's like incompetence or just not really caring about his job too much, even though he was second in command and stuff. But you also see like that he also wasn't fully dumb with the situation. Like, yes, he did the oversight of not putting the location of the crash ship into the lot, like the record, but he remembers where it was. And then even when he brings Arachnid down into the ship, he literally tells her, what are you like?" Because she starts messing with the computers and was like literally like, "What are you doing?"
Like they will find us. What are you doing, girl?
Yeah, literally flat out says, the reason I didn't activate that when we were here is because they would be able to track it if I turned it on. So I didn't. So that's why I didn't know about this random weapon that you keep on talking about that was in the manifest.
Like, he is smart. He has
yeah,
knowledge with him.
yeah, like he is smart. He also is incompetent with other parts. Like, and then literally right after she does that, like turns on the computer and stuff, the Autobots immediately track it and find them. So like you see Starscream being right about that. But yeah. Of course we get the little I'm not gonna like obviously and we get to see RC like kind of being dumb. I know it's like not dumb that she wants revenge and stuff for her dead partners, but also like that she shouldn't do this because Starscream really is that important.
She just want to give him a fighting chance.
Yeah. Well, and that's fun. Like, but the thing is like like Optimus even told her how important Starscream is, and like he is willing to change sides just to survive. And I totally believe he would have if she didn't start to do this. And if
he didn't spill the beans that he killed a cliff jumper, he could have been fine.
yeah, I mean that was gonna come out no matter what, probably at some point, but and it just obviously it sucks because Starscream would have really given Autobots so much information they don't know about. Well, and I also like at the end of this episode, Megatron getting mad at Arachnid for leaving Starscream like that because he realizes how important Starscream is, even though he doesn't really like Starscream and he knows that he betrays him all the time. He's like, I know he's important because he's my second in command, or was. So he has so much information about the Decepticon operation.
This is like the only time he ever like cared about Starscream.
Well, actually, it's also one of the only times that you see Megatron actually kind of worry there for a second. Like, he gets angry at Arachnid, but you can tell he's also worried because he's like, oh crap, they might have a ton of information that we don't want them to know about.
Yeah. Literally from like the episode prior, he has a reason to like betray them.
Yeah. So, but yeah. So this is a very good episode just for all of that, I would say. Like just with all the interesting, like there's a lot of this episode goes really in depth about like their characters and everything like that. So it's a great episode. And obviously the ending is great with Starscream just flying off and being all like, "Well, I'm not part of anybody's team."
Can't wait until they develop that in season 2.
Yeah. Yeah. We got 6 more episodes left.
Thankfully, like the last 3 are together in a batch.
Yeah. That one's more like a
Now,
movie anyway.
yeah, to like bring out the story together. Now in episode 21, Miko goes into the battlefield and accidentally downloading the ancient knowledge stored in a data cylinder into Bulkhead's brain, which gives the Autobots loads of information on synthetic energon, but at the cost of deleting Bulkhead's personality of the data if the data is not removed from his systems.
This once again, Bulkhead episode, so we love it. Great episode.
Love the development.
Games are only fun to play
And so
when you're winning.
this one's a good episode just because they always talk about how Bulkhead isn't smart or like academically smart, and having him like, oh, okay, he now has information that could turn the tide of this war to where we won't even need to go out and looking for Energon and stuff like that. Is actually, it's very interesting with that. But once again, this is also an episode where Miko fully like screws them over, because like if she didn't take it, like I guess she's like hates that her friend isn't the same, like if she didn't take him to the monster truck arena, they would have been fine.
Yeah. Like, I know she wanted to, like, remind him of his past, but it did not work at all.
No, it didn't. And frankly cost the Autobots like such such an important piece of information. So, but yeah.
Like, because of her, the next episode is just, like, the reason because of her.
Yeah, the next, which we could actually just immediately, like, that was a short clip, so we can go on immediately to the next episode, because it just leads right into this. Which is great. Like, this show does do a lot of that, where it's all, like, it sets up something that, like, near the end of the first episode, or, like, an episode before, and then it pays off in a later episode, which...
Yeah. And this one, after the events of the last one, with Bulkhead, Ratchet creates the synthetic energon with the half-finished theory, the half-finished things that he wrote, and tests it on a machine. But he wished to join the expeditions because he was just getting bored in the bunker constantly. So he used the energon on himself, and which made him stronger. But in turn, it made him more arrogant and more green with it. And just
Yeah.
the whole episode was focusing on him with that.
Yeah. And so, I do like that you titled this "Don't Do Drugs, Kids." Yeah,
I mean,
so
it's similar to Doug.
no, it is very similar. Basically, Ratchet just takes steroids in this episode. Like, that's kind of the whole thing, is that he's just like, which is interesting. So like, I mean, hopefully maybe in a later season maybe he refines it better. I hope to get that kind of payoff, but like this synthetic energon is like crazy good. Like if he could just like refine it to make it like without the air, like you don't get arrogant with it, you would it would be like perfect.
Yeah, Optimus would be a great candidate for synthetic energon.
Yeah. And like, because obviously it did make him stronger and everything, and then they don't even need to care about, like, it doesn't even matter if about Energon. Like, they don't need to go. They'll probably still go and protect Energon pockets, but they don't need to actually like refine it themselves and stuff like that.
Yeah, to like drink it and eat it.
Yeah. So, well, and this episode's good too because like, once again, you get to see like, obviously, you get to see Ratchet be like arrogant, but you also see him like go up against Megatron while on this stuff, thinking he can just totally take him. But Megatron, being Megatron, is even way stronger than Ratchet still. So, but
Yeah, he can take him, but not in a fight.
yeah. Yeah, I agree. He could probably do that. But yeah, it's a good episode, and obviously it's a don't do drugs, kids episode. So, you know, dangers of doing steroids. Don't do steroids.
Exactly.
Make your testicles roll up. we're almost to the end part.
Yes.
Like
For these ones,
the big
I just the names
finales.
were just perfect,
Yeah,
so I just didn't feel like changing them.
that's fine.
Um, uh, on episode 23, we find out that an ancient prophecy is edging closer to come true. That when 27 spheres align, that there will be a huge fight on the world of chaos, aka Earth. Decepticons are attempting to make a space bridge 2.0, along with trying to collect the remaining Dark Energon from Cybertron that Megatron threw at the beginning of the show. And they were stealing a lot of resources around America to be as swift as possible with it. But Optimus wished to put a stop to it, so he faced Megatron himself. And I don't know where Megatron can see the future now because of the Dark Energon. I don't know why they put it in, but it was
Yeah,
an interesting one.
just like all of a sudden now he knows a little bit of the future and stuff like that. And it's not that he knows like exactly what's gonna happen. He just sees bits and pieces.
If you drop Raph at the exit ramp, I can bridge him back to base from there.
It's okay, B. We'll go racing another time.
And also, Raph almost dies, but not quite.
That is true. Raph literally almost dies in this episode, which is kind of interesting to say the least. So, well, and we finally get in this one. We finally get like Megatron versus Optimus fight again. So
Yeah, finally.
but yeah,
It would have been interesting if they actually killed off one of the humans.
it
They
would
didn't
have.
go.
I wouldn't want Raph killed off though. Maybe we kill off like Fowler. I like Fowler, but like I don't think I want to watch Raph die.
Yeah. It would be a shit feeling.
Yeah. Well, I also like this episode because Optimus obviously like feels so responsible for Raph almost getting killed, stuff like that. And then once again, you have Jack's mom almost like messing up, like almost getting Raph killed as well because she's like, "We got to take him to a normal hospital." But they would have no clue what is wrong with him. Like, got it, dark energy. Yeah, totally, dark energon. We know the solution
That's
to do
a
that.
Yeah, that's a normal thing we find in Earth, you know?
Yeah, and just be like Ratchet is like the only one that would be able to help out Raph. So like, why she wants to leave is beyond me. I know they don't have like the best supplies, but still.
Still better than nothing.
Yeah. And like, because they don't leave, Ratchet is able to save him. So,
Thankfully.
though then the next episode we have Jack's mom once again trying to leave with Raph. And Raph only going because, he's obviously not feeling well, even after being saved.
Megatron.
Quickly,
Into my laboratory. Yeah. And it is pretty sad seeing Raph like injured and stuff like that. So
Like, out of everyone, they had to do it to him.
yeah.
Do you know anything about the human body?
Plus, they had to, like, show Bumblebee, show other emotions outside of being, like, happy-go-lucky.
Yeah. And I like I like that Ratchet actually kind of feels responsible a little bit, just not knowing. Like, he's been here for so long, but he never took the time to learn human physiology or anything like that.
If I don't get this boy stabilized now, he will not leave this table alive. Do you understand me?
I'm hoping because of this episode, maybe Ratchet learns a little bit more.
You think I don't know how it feels to watch a partner
For
harmed? Revenge won't help Raph right now.
maybe Ratchet like will learn more about the human physiology to maybe help out, be able to help out and stuff like that.
And then the human world overall.
Yeah. He'll be the best damn doctor for both Transformers and humans.
No matter what species you are, he can fix you.
Oh.
Pull yourself together, old friend. Raphael needs
Bam.
And I have grown to need him.
And I also like that because of this moment, Optimus is all like, Megatron can't live anymore. I gotta go kill him.
Help me get Raph to the car. He's going to the emergency room.
He
Looks like we have to kill this guy, Ratchet. Aw, shucks.
Oh, shucks.
Actually, not us, scrap.
Oh, scrap. Yeah, I do like that instead of just saying crap, they just go scrap. And that somehow made it past the censors and be like, yeah, that's fine.
It's how they speak.
Oh yeah, I forgot that it's a big reveal that it's Dark Energon. And I guess they didn't think about it.
Wait, you said Energon was devastating.
Gee, they interacted with the guy who has dark energy inside him. I
Yep.
wonder what it could be.
And that is funny though, like, oh, it's devastating for a human to get injected with Energon. Unless you're injected with Dark Energon, then normal Energon just cancels it out.
Yeah, because that's how it works.
That is how it
Simple.
works. As in real science, if you have a poison, you just put another poison. That's a joke, but that's actually not actually kind of a joke, because anti-venom is technically a neutralized poison, but whatever.
A minus and a minus makes a plus.
Yes.
Pulse rate
Yeah.
is stabilizing.
Oh, Jesus. I just saw his hand. It was like blue. Like, I think Raph's hand was turning blue. He's not getting blood to his hands. Nice job. And then this is the episode they fight and stuff like that. They're like Optimus and Megatron fight.
Yeah, and they say there are iconic lines with the one shall stand and one shall fall.
Yep. As they do.
In every series ever.
Hey, he's lucky to be alive.
I don't think Jack's mom is into Optimus anymore. She's not wearing the heels.
Oh no. She
Oh no.
fell out of love.
Oops. It's clicked. Alright, this is the last slide for this.
The last 3 episodes. Yippee.
Let's go.
Woohoo. So during the Megatron and Optimus fight near the volcano, it has come to our attention that there is dark energon inside the depths of the earth, along with plenty of natural disasters happening all over the world. Autobots find out that Unicron is actually the heart of the earth and is the reason why Earth exists now, and that the prophecy is the reason for his awakening. Megatron decides to join the Autobots to help destroy Unicron because he wants to be his own person, making his own choices and not listen to some prophecy.
Yeah.
And Optimus uses his matrix of leadership to stop Unicron, losing his memory in the process, still thinking he's Orion Pax, and joins the Decepticon by the end. Decepticons by the end.
I'm gonna have this video play out, but I'm gonna go to the bathroom if you wanna give your opinion on the last 3 episodes.
Our leader's recent behavior has been questionable at best, and it would seem as though Earth has become nothing short of a failed experiment.
Commander Arachnid, you're not suggesting that we abandon Lord Megatron?
Despite Soundwave's efforts, we have been unable to detect our master's signal. Megatron is either permanently offline or in the thrall of Unicron. Neither is in the best interests of the Decepticons, so I am deeming an exodus to be the most prudent course of action, unless anyone has a problem with that. Set course for Regulon 4. You have something to say, Soundwave? I command this vessel. You will resume your post. Step aside. I'll tear out your spark for that.
I'm
I yield.
Welcome back.
I think these last 3 episodes are pretty damn good. They're kind of actually shows everything, like the amalgamation of the whole season. We get to see
Fellow Decepticons, while
Optimus and
some
Megatron fight, then we get to find out more about Cybertron, which was pretty cool. Stuff like that we didn't know at all about, and how like
And it shows that Unicron is actually like a threat to people.
yeah, and
Which is
like
really cool.
and it also shows you how a Prime is made and all that, as well as Primus, who was like the original Transformer, I guess, like the
Yes,
creator of
and the
all of them.
Unicron was his brother.
Yeah, and Unicron was his brother. But and this was like when we learned that Primus is actually Cybertron. Like Primus is its core. And
Yeah,
we all
and
and
then
then
there's the well of the sparks that he has.
yeah, and then Unicron is the core to Earth. So like is our in the Transformers Prime universe, Unicron is our core. It's like the reason Earth was even made in the first place. So, which is actually pretty cool and interesting to learn about.
A fun idea.
Yeah, just a fun idea for it.
I
And
like that the Earth is like the planet of chaos in the prophecy, and then I'm guessing Cybertron is like the beginning of the prophecy, like the first planet. So like it's
yeah,
a contrast between them.
yeah, and like it kind of makes sense. It works. And then it's very like it's only 3 episodes, but I mean there's enough in it, but once again, these are only like 22-minute episodes. But they very quickly like solve this problem. Even though there was a little bit of setback, but like Unicron doesn't show up, like actually show up or anything like that. He only like uses avatars, really.
Yeah, I wish they used him more during the whole season, like him mind controlling Megatron more. But
Yeah,
like,
that would be.
I'm guessing they were like rushing it because like they didn't know if they were gonna appear for like second season or third one.
Yeah, so they're all like, let's just do this because this is what we wanted to do, and it does keep have an awesome cliffhanger because we just learned about Orion packs, and so him like Optimus actually like losing his memory and like reverting back to Orion packs because he lost the Matrix of leadership is actually pretty cool. I like that concept.
A
Though
good cliffhanger.
it is. Though I feel as though they will fix that real quick in season 2.
I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah. At some point
I can't spoil it.
I'll put it back on the list next time. So when we spin for this time, it's not going to be on there, but we'll put it back on next time. We can do season 2.
Oh yeah. Can't wait.
You all right, B?
And Optimus, is he?
Not dead.
No.
But he looked right at us without recognizing us. Didn't even know his own name.
Amnesia.
Surrendered the matrix of leadership. He lost more than the collective wisdom of the primes. He lost his own memories.
But this is actually pretty cool. Just, now Megatron and Optimus Prime are going to be working together because he doesn't realize what's going on.
How bad can it possibly be?
I do like that they all, like, they almost attack him, and then it's all like, nope.
He's with us now.
Well, and it kind of shows, like, Megatron still, like, both Megatron and Optimus kind of still respect and, like, see each other as friends, even though they are on opposite sides. Like, and want to kill each other. But, oh yeah. But that was Transformers Prime. Overall, it's a good show. Like, it's a good first season. It's enjoyable. Like I said, I'm not big on Transformers or know much about the story, but this got me invested, and like, I was curious about different parts of it. So it's a good time. What are your final thoughts on Transformers Prime before we move over to Young Frankenstein?
I loved it. The first season was great, and the character designs for Transformers were great as well. I love
Yeah.
the sorry, however you say that word. How they interpreted the characters from like generation 1 to now to make it more like fitting with the universe and how sharp it looks like.
Yeah. The Transformer designs are always very well done. Those are really good. Like we said earlier, the human designs are a little weird, but you know, it's hard to make humans in animation
I
and stuff
think
like
Jack
that.
is the worst one, in my opinion.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't Fowler's kind of design is a little to me. Like with the big gut but like the tiny shoulders. Um but it's still a good show. Like if you like the Transformers or you like kid shows, give it a watch. It's not bad. It's on Netflix. You can watch the first season. I don't know where you'll find the
And it's
second and
also
third
free
one.
on YouTube.
It is free on YouTube. Okay, cool. Then
Yeah.
you can watch it on YouTube as well. So, but all right. Well, I think anything else we want to say about Transformers Prime, or we good to switch on over?
We can switch on over.
Okay. Second, gotta the audios, all that. Go. Yeah. Hopefully.
Dug up freshly buried corpses and transformed dead components into...
Yes. We all know what he did. But I'd rather be remembered for my own small contributions to science and not because of my accidental relationship to a famous.
Audio is coming through. Sorry about that. But
Okay.
we're now going to go over Young Frankenstein. This is we made two separate slides, and I was trying to get them into one slide, but PowerPoint and Google Slides apparently do not mix well. But so this is just thing. I called it Young Transformers FrankenPrime just because there wasn't a good name of these two together. So, but
Honestly,
we're
it's very creative.
yeah, it's a weird combination, but you know what? It's fine. But we're talking about Young Frankenstein, one of my favorite movies. It's a Mel Brooks film, who was very big on making spoof of movies. So he's done many different things. He did Spaceballs, which is a spoof on Star Wars, Star Trek, anything sci-fi related. He's done Robin Hood Men in Tights, which is just a big joke. Like it's all comedy films. It's a big spoof on Robin Hood movies and like those kinds of movies. And then uh he's done Blazing Saddles, which was very big comedy and spoof on westerns, and was also very uh influential because it had a African American lead as the character. That one, be prepared. It was made in 1974, so you know they just definitely a lot of language in Blazing Saddles that probably isn't with times or anything like that. And I think I don't know. Young Frankenstein. It's not the funniest one, but it's like the most intriguing to me. Uh, there's not too many jokes, but it's just fun. It's just an enjoyable thing, and it's a nice interpretation of classic horror movie monsters. But this was released in December 15th of 1974, directed by Mel Brooks, of course, and it was directed by it, right? It wasn't. Yeah, it was directed by Mel. My brain went like, woo. Uh, but it has a ton of different people, big names in it. It was a ton of fun. And it's 1974. Obviously, there was like color in movies already. Like it was very normal to like see like color. But obviously to keep with that classic horror movie monster um inspiration, they actually filmed this all in black and white. So there is not any so that's why everything's in black and white. Just to keep that kind of feel. But to start off with the characters, we have Dr. Frederick either Frankenstein or Frankenstein, whichever time he is there. And he's played by Gene Wilder, who is very much well known for playing Willy Wonka in Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, the original of that movie. I know they just released Wonka, which was Timothy Chalamet, I think it's his name. And then of course they had Charlie and the Chocolate Factory with Johnny Depp. But Gene Wilder is like the original one. I love that movie, so seeing him in this was very nice to see. But Dr. Frederick Frankenstein is the grandson of the infamous Victor von Frankenstein, the original doctor who created Frankenstein's monster. He's a doctor as well, but he rejects his grandfather's ideas and even changes his name so he isn't associated with them. That is until he finds his grandfather's journal. So basically, he kind of wants to make his own name in the world of science and doesn't want to be associated with his grandfather. So he goes by the name of Frankenstein, or Frankenstein, or something like close to that. I always forget. I don't know why. Um, just so that he's not associated with his grandfather, who believes is just crazy. So, but what did you think of Dr. Frankenstein?
I found him very fun. I like the progression from like the start of the movie to the end, where he's just rejecting it constantly, but becoming just like him by the end. I think
Yeah.
it was great.
This movie has, like I said, it's not the funniest film that he's done. I think like Blazing Saddles is funnier, History of the World Part 1, that Mel Brooks has done is much funnier. Also, Gene Wilder is in Blazing Saddles and he plays a great character in that. Um but this isn't like the funniest one, but it does have some good jokes and like good story with it. Nice. But yeah, I obviously like Dr. Frankenstein as well. He's just very well made character and has a ton of layers to it. So next, of course, gotta talk about Frankenstein's monster, which is played by Peter Boyle. He is a big name act. He is like a big actor and stuff like that. I think a lot of people our age would maybe know him as in Scooby Doo 2, Monsters Unleashed. Have you watched that movie?
I have not yet.
Well, so he plays an old man in that movie. He plays the original Black Knight ghost, and that's probably what people would like our age would probably recognize him as. He's obviously done many more things, but he's a very good actor, and he plays Frankenstein's monster, I think, very well. But he's the monster created by Frederick Frankenstein. While he still goes on a rampage like the ones before him, this monster still wants to just be accepted by people. But with his abnormal brain, will he be able to do that? That was supposed to be a question, and I put a period at the end. So smart. Um, but yeah, it's a very much like a lot of body acting because he doesn't talk too much, and so it's like a lot of grunts and stuff like that. So a lot of like fun body humor and stuff like that. What uh, what are your thoughts?
He was alright. Not my personal favorite, but he was very enjoyable to watch. If we were talking about like scenes, which are my favorites, it would probably be when he was with that girl, like throwing flowers in the well, I
Oh,
believe, and it was just like, and what else are we gonna throw? And then he just looks at the camera.
yeah. The like I
That's
said,
kind of funny.
this is a comedy, and so they make references to like the original Frankenstein a ton, and obviously in the original Frankenstein he kills people. Like the original monster kills people either by accident or on purpose. I don't remember. I actually don't know. I've never seen the original Frankenstein nor read the book, and I've been meaning. But he does kill people, and I believe the little girl is one of those I think in the original he does kill a little girl or something like that. So that is probably what is
Oh wow.
referencing. I don't know. This is just a guess. I like I said, I've not seen the original Frankenstein. I think that's what it is referencing. Um, but you know, this monster doesn't kill anybody, which is nice. And I do love in that scene her family freaking out and neither of them checking up on her, and then she just flies in through the window.
It was
But
fucking hilarious.
it was. And yeah, but that is Frankenstein's monster. And then, of course, we got Igor, played by Marty Feldman. Igor. He is one of Frederick's assistants. He's quite the ladies' man, if I do say so myself. He helps
Best character.
He helps Frederick. Frodrick. I'm sorry. He helps Frodrick around the lab as well as his more legal dealings, like helping him steal a corpse and even getting the bad brain that they use on the monster. And he was played by Marty Feldman, um, who his obviously throughout the movie you notice like his eyes like peering to the sides and stuff like that. Um, Marty Feldman was a Brit. Most of the people in this movie are sadly passed away. Um, but he was I don't know if he's actually passed away. I just saying that. But he's a British actor, and his eyes are actually like that. He has some genetic condition that makes it that his eyes kind of wander around like that. So
Yeah, he died. Yeah, I just checked.
okay, yeah, but like all of his pictures had like that. But he was apparently he was very funny. Igor is probably one of my favorite characters in this movie.
Same.
Like, so he's just like so much fun. Um, and the hunch bit is very funny throughout the whole movie. And judging by how you talked, I'm assuming you liked Igor.
Yeah, he was just very funny and like making fun of like how Frederick just changed his name to like sound a little slightly different.
And I like that he's all. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, like how if you can change your name sounding like this, then I can change it to whatever I want as well.
Yeah, we do have the scene where they meet, and it is very funny. Well, they were wrong then, weren't they? Uh, but he's just funny, and I don't have the hunch switch, so like, you don't know what I'm talking about the hunch. Obviously, uh, Igor has he's hunchbacked, and in the movie, they have it that his hunch like switches sides on which side of his shoulder is. And apparently that was improvised by Marty Feldman on set. They were just filming, and in between takes, he would just randomly like move the hunch to other sides just to mess with people. And they just thought it was hilarious, so they added it. So, but yeah, Igor is pretty good. Next we have Inga, played by Terry Garr, the other laboratory assistant to Frederick. She is an interesting character in that she is the one pursuing Frederick, which isn't shown as often in media. She helps in the lab, but always is concerned for Frederick whenever. Like I said, it is interesting 'cause throughout this movie, she's the one like Frederick has a fiance, but she's like the one pursuing him and being like hitting on him kind of thing throughout the movie, which I thought was pretty fun. Because I don't know, I don't think we get shown that a lot, where like a woman is like the one like trying to be all like, hey, I like you, we should maybe yada yada kind of thing. What did you think of Inga?
She's probably my second favorite character because like you rarely see a woman like pursuing a man, as you said. So I found her just character overall like a fun to watch.
And I like that her first lines is literally like, would you like a roll in the hay? Which I don't know, like, I don't know if that's just like American Inuit, but that just means do you want
Could
to
be.
have sex? Like, do you want to roll in
I'm
the hay?
probably way too stupid to realize.
Yeah, it just means you want to roll in the hay. You want to have sex in the hay. Oh. And then next we have Elizabeth, played by Madeline Kahn, the beautiful and wonderful Madeline Kahn. She is in almost all of Mel Brooks's films. She's very funny. History of the World Part 1, she plays a Greek queen who judges men's. You know, I'll the scene is just more funny if I don't explain it. And she whatever. She judges men's dicks. In History of the World Part 1 because they have to take the fair maidens to a party. Um and so she has to like judge all of the guards, which it's a funny scene. And then she plays like there's just she's in a lot of his films and stuff like that, and she does an amazing job in each. In this one, she is the fiance of Frederick. She is very prim and proper and always prepared for a party. She won't even let Frederick give her a hug because her clothes will wrinkle, but when she runs into the monster, she might just find the person she always wanted. Oh. She's not in the movie much, but she's still memorable, and it's like she's fun. And her being so much like, oh, don't touch my nails because we're going to the party. Oh, my makeup, I don't want to get like, it's just funny how absurd she is with that stuff. What
That was a very fun part of it. I like her because of that. Like, just hey, don't touch my makeup. It was like a fun characterization, and it fits in a comedy like this. I feel like
I
it
think
makes it more comedic.
it does. I think one of the jokes that always gets me is taffeta, darling. Taffeta, sweetheart. No, the dress. It's taffeta. Just like I don't know, that line always gets me just because it's like, oh, he thinks she's just saying something sweet to him or whatever, but and she's just like complaining, like she just doesn't want her clothes to wrinkle. So, but Madeline Kahn, amazing woman. Uh, she plays, I believe she plays Mrs. White in Clue, which is probably my all-time favorite movie. And I do have it on our list of movies, and I really hope we get to see it sometime soon. So, if you've not
I
seen
hope
that
it's
movie,
for the next movie club.
it
I
would be
have
good.
not.
You haven't seen it? Watch it, please. It's an amazing movie. Because it's literally just Clue, the board game, just put it into a movie, and it's so cool. Um, our last yeah, it is pretty fun. Our last character is Inspector Kemp, who it's a very small role, but you know what? Figured I might as well add it. It was played by Kenneth Mars. I don't know what he is done. Actually, no. I googled this. He voices somebody, like I think the grandfather in Land Before Time. Like he's in so many of those movies, um, which we did the week before. Um, but he is the inspector of the small village Frederick ends up in. When Frederick arrives, he convinces the village to let him talk to Frederick before deciding to go after him. But when the monster is released, he helps the villagers to catch him. That sentence didn't work in the middle. Basically, what I meant to say was Inspector Kemp convinces the villagers to let him go talk to Frederick so that before just deciding to like attack him because the villagers just think he's gonna make another monster, which I mean he does, but yeah. Yeah. And that's pretty much all of our characters. You got anything about Inspector Kemp?
No, he's forgettable for me, so I got no opinion.
Yeah, the most thing you remember is probably his arm. Like he's missing a hand.
Yeah.
Oh. But we got
And the hat.
and the hat too. But so now we'll get into the clips. We got it's pronounced Frankenstein. Uh so we got Dr. Frederick Frankenstein. I'm not going to call him Frankenstein because it's hard for me to say and it's a lot. But Dr. Frederick Frankenstein is the grandson of the fabled Victor von Frankenstein, who was rumored to bring a man back to life and let him go on a rampage. To distant himself from his grandfather, he pronounces his family name differently. So, but this is basically the start of the movie. I will say the first joke in the movie. Oh, whoops. The first joke in the movie is literally the lawyer here, like trying to take the box from his dead grandfather's hands, and it just keeps on like retracting. I just thought that it's just a funny little sight gag.
The so-called brain stem consists of the midbrain, a rounded protrusion called...
I just like that you can clearly tell. You could tell this is the 70s just by all like the different hairstyles and kind of looks of the students.
It was a fun era at that time.
It was, so. My name.
My name. It's pronounced
Frankenstein.
But aren't you the grandson of the famous Dr. Victor Frankenstein, who went into graveyards,
Yeah.
dug up freshly buried corpses, and transformed dead
I
components?
like this movie especially because like
We all know
it doesn't it's technically a sequel to Frankenstein. Like this is what
and not because of my
happens
accidental
after
relationship
that time.
to a famous
So
cuckoo.
It's a fun standalone, nonetheless.
yeah.
Now, if you don't mind, can we get on
So
to the questions?
but yeah.
I'm
And
not sure I understand the distinction
I
between
like that he also becomes a doctor and stuff like that. And so
Demonstration of just that distinction. Why don't we proceed?
and yeah, I don't know, obviously I've never taken any medical or like at least I've never taken any med school classes or anything like that. So it's just this is just a fun way to like give a presentation.
Services for this afternoon's demonstration. Mr. Hilltop, would you hop up on your feet and stand beside this table?
But I do like that is like the skinniest old man. He'll like hop up and he just like slithers down.
Nice hopping. Mr. Hilltop, would you raise your left knee, please?
But this whole scene like also just like like hey, you get a little bit of kind of like a science lesson as well. So
You may lower your knee. Reflex movements are those which are made.
sadly this clip does not have like when he yells or anything like that, but that scene obviously is also important.
You filthy, rotten, yellow son of
A bitch.
We are not aware of these impulses.
I also just like the old man being like, what the hell? He almost just kneed me in the balls.
They work by themselves. But what if we block the nerve impulse by simply applying local pressure, which can be done with any ordinary metal clamp, just at the swelling on the posterior nerve roots?
I don't know. It's also funny that
5 or 6 seconds.
I don't think this obviously this doesn't actually happen if you just put a clamp there. You're not get like he just kind of stands there.
As you can see, all communication is shut off.
Except he could still feel the pain.
In spite of our mechanical magnificence.
Somehow.
If it were not for this continuous stream of motor impulses, we would collapse like a bunch of broccoli.
I don't know. I feel as though I never could tell with this scene. I couldn't tell if the old man knew that he was gonna get kicked in the balls and like was like I don't know. Like I don't know if Dr. Frankenstein just told him, "Hey, here's what we're gonna do. All right." And like you have to stand there.
There for the money.
Yeah.
Frankenstein.
Yes?
Isn't it true that Darwin preserved a piece of vermicelli in a glass case
Oh yeah.
until by some
And then
it actually began to move with a voluntary motion?
Are you speaking of the worm or the
with the spaghetti. Oh yeah. It's just like a nice little introductory. It's just a introduction to Dr. Frankenstein. You see how smart he is. You see like that he knows what he's talking about. You also get that thing of he doesn't want to be associated with his father because of what everyone views him as, just like a quack basically. And then at the end of this scene, we don't see it, but like the student brings up his grandfather again, and like Frankenstein just gets really mad and grabs like a scalpel or whatever. And he's like, "You have more. You cannot bring back somebody from the dead. You have more chance of making the scalpel live." And then he gets even angrier and like stabs himself, which I think is just kind of funny. But yeah, just a nice little intro scene. You got any thoughts on it?
You described it perfectly, I feel.
Okay. Thank you. But yeah, just like introduction to Frankenstein, see what he's about. And so yeah, then we can go next one. Would you like a roll in the hay? So after learning that his grandfather is dead, Frederick must go to Transylvania to collect his inheritance and find his grandfather's hidden life. He arrives, he meets Igor, his hunchback friend, as well as his laboratory assistant named Inga. I don't believe this is in the clip. So, basically, yeah, the scene that we were talking about where him and his fiance talk or whatever, and she's like very much like, "Oh, don't touch my nails, don't mess up my makeup. Oh, the dress, I don't want it to wrinkle." Like that happens before he gets on the train. And then even on the train, it's funny because you see an old couple arguing about something, and then like it does like a time skip, and like he's now on another train in Transylvania, and there's an old couple speaking German, I believe. But having basically the exact same argument, which I thought was cute. I don't know. That's just like a fun little scene, I think. But then he makes it to Transylvania, and this is when he gets off the train. So, and this is when he meets Igor. So
The best character.
he really is. He's just dumb, but I love him. And he's not even really that dumb. He's just like he just does dumb things at times.
Frankenstein.
Frankenstein.
But it's just like, beg your pardon. You're putting me on.
No, it's pronounced Frankenstein.
Do you also say Froderick?
No.
And this, I think this is just the. I just love Igor going Froderick, and then he will literally call him. He calls him Froderick for the rest of the movie. It's just funny.
But they told me it was Igor.
Well, they were wrong then, weren't they?
You were sent by Herr Falkstein, weren't you?
Yes. My grandfather used to work for your grandfather.
And I do like that they worked.
Have gone up.
Of course.
I do like that the
Oh, sorry.
I like that it's, I don't know, it's just fun that it's just the grandkids basically getting together.
Perhaps I could help you with that hump.
What hump?
What hump?
Let's go.
It's funny also because obviously later on in the movie, it's very obvious Igor knows he has a hump. And he's just like messing with him. Walk this way. So that joke, the walk this way joke, apparently Mel Brooks didn't actually like that joke. He thought it was too campy. He thought it was like just too silly, I guess. And so he actually wanted to get that cut. Until like a test screening happened. And then at the test screening they just like loved that joke.
Hello. Would you like to have a roll in the hay?
Yeah.
It's fun.
Roll. Yeah. And so it's just like, it's fun that that joke made it into the thing.
I'm glad it did.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'm afraid of the lightning.
It's just an atmospheric discharge. Nothing to be afraid of.
Werewolf.
Werewolf?
What? Oh yeah, and this one just like
What?
their wolf, their castle.
Why are you talking that way?
I thought you wanted to.
No, I don't want to.
That was my favorite scene.
Suit
There's like,
yourself.
it's
I'm easy.
actually their wolf.
Well, there it is. Home.
And so I don't know. Hey, have you ever? I don't know. Have you heard the song "Walk This Way" by Aerosmith?
I have not.
Okay. Well, so apparently that line, like Igor saying "Walk this way," that's what gave the lyric inspiration to that song. Apparently Aerosmith. I just was reading about it on the wiki. That's why I wasn't talking that much at the end there. But apparently Aerosmith like had like the sound to it. They had like the musical accompaniment to the song, but they had no lyrics for it. They could just were drawing a blank with it. And then they went and watched Young Frankenstein and they just loved the "Walk This Way" line that they just made those the lyrics. So,
Nice.
yeah.
A simple inspiration.
Simple inspiration for it, so and then but yeah, I just like that end there where it's like they're saying werewolf and he's all like there wolf, thinking they're just like saying it weird. So I
That
don't know.
was the best part.
I just like that like dumb joke. Also, we of course have the great line, "Would you like a roll in the hay?" So
Do you like to roll in the hay?
all right. Now we're at fun recreation of the original. So after finding his grandfather's secret library, which in itself is funny because it's like Frederick and Inga are messing with like a hidden passage and they keep on getting stuck behind it, but they have to like figure out different ways to like do it. It's pretty funny. It's just like a little bit of physical comedy, but it works. But basically they get through there, then they run into Igor who scares them and it's just great when he does that. But they find the library. Frederick reads his secret journal, and so Frederick decides that his grandfather wasn't crazy. So he continues his work to bring life back to dead tissue. After grave robbing a fresh body and almost getting caught, they are ready to bring him to life. So yeah, basically, finds the notebook, reads it, realize it. He yells out the line, "It could work," and he decides that he'll give it a try. He'll try getting a corpse back. And so next time they're like eating at the dinner table, they're all talking about it, and he explains that he has to basically, or well, I guess Inga explains that all of his body parts would need to be grown in size so that, for the stuff to work. And she brings up the fact that he's going to have a big what is this, line cooker or something like that, um or a massive, or like something close to that. And then obviously Igor and Frederick go and steal the body. They almost get caught by a sheriff, but get away from it. And then we get to here where they're trying to bring him back to life. And I guess we also skipped the scene where Igor goes to get the brain. He was supposed to get a very intelligent brain of Hans Delbruck, who was like a German historian or whatever. But instead, he gets scared, drops the brain, so Hans Delbruck's brain is gone, like destroyed. So he grabs a different name or a different brain that has the name of Abby Normal. Igor is just like the best part of this whole like movie. Like even just like this little scene is just funny because of it. Him just being all like, "There's a fear of electrocution."
I
Sorry, I didn't mean
agree.
to cut
He just put a perfect comedic timing to stuff.
you. Yeah. Do you understand? I understand. I understand why you're shouting. Just him, just appearing by him out of nowhere. And he's all like, "Why are you yelling?" And then once again, the hump switches sides. So I also like this because Igor clearly has no idea what he's doing. He's just fiddling with switches and being all like, yes, yes, it works perfectly. Oh, whoops, it reset. Increase the audio. Oh. Sorry about that. That down. Get back over.
I say there's a possibility of electrocution. Do you understand?
But this is just, I don't know. I still love that joke. I understand. Why are you shouting? Just one of my favorite jokes. I don't know why. It's simple, but it just works very well.
Simple yet effective.
Yes. Like I said, Igor also just does not understand what he's doing. He's just like, yes, fiddle, fiddle with the switches and stuff. Maybe that'll work. And then Igor really is just going with, God, I'm just making it up as I go along. Oh, this joke's also gets me. Elevate me. Oh, here? Right here? Just fucking. Oh my god. Just a dumbass joke. Just showing how much of a dirty mind Inga has. And how down bad she is for Dr. Frankenstein. Which, like I said, you don't see that much in media. You don't see, like, a woman, or, like, a woman in media do that. Like, be the one pursuing a man in many. Which is, so it's kind of refreshing seeing that. Which is funny to say, because it came out in 1974. So. I don't know. I also like the little joke that he has to, like, he points to them, be all like, he's practiced that. Like, he was like, he took a bath or something, or a shower, and was like, he was preparing this speech the entire time. And then he's all like, I got this, bam, and then like, now raise me now. It's just funny. It's just,
he was born ready.
He was born ready for this speech. But this is just also really good because it's like, this is obviously very much like the original. Like I said, I've never seen the original Frankenstein, but I know of like scene and stuff like that. And this is like very heavily what it is. It's an homage to it. Also, the last one is literally called The Works, and that's just funny to me. The cool thing is this is all the stuff in the laboratory and stuff is stuff from the original Frankenstein. So, basically what happened is Mel Brooks was able to get in contact with the person who created all the electrical stuff for the lab in the original Frankenstein. And they made he basically rented out the equipment and also gave the creator of all the instruments credit in the credits of the movie, which is pretty cool. Because apparently in the original Frankenstein, he did not get any credit for making all this stuff.
That is actually amazing.
Yeah.
I'm glad they credited him.
Yeah. So, nice that he is able to. Also, Mel Brooks is still alive. He's in his 90s, but he's still alive, and I'm very sad when he's gone. I actually have a laser disc, which is like laser discs were like in competition with CDs. They're basically like giant records, but they show video. And I have a laser disc of Blazing Saddles, so which is another of Mel Brooks' films, and also has Gene Wilder in it.
Ooh.
So. I also do like this. I feel like it's so sad that it didn't work. And I like that he tries to be like all dignified about it. He's like, no, it's fine. Like, gotta accept your failures and your successes. And then, just the slow, like, walk away to then turn around and just start choking him. You son of a bitch! What did you do to me? I just love his mental breakdown. And of course you get Igor being all like, yeah. I just love that fucking, I don't know. That end part there is the best part. Just like him freaking out. You got anything
I
now?
laughed so hard when I was watching it.
Yeah. I mean, the elevate me line is just fucking. It's just a dumb joke, but it's great. All right. So now we have the monster comes for dinner. After the monster awakens, he gets loose and goes on a rampage, running into many of the villagers when he comes across a blind, lonely man. The blind man invites him in with open arms and tries to give him generosity, while Frederick questions what brain he put in the monster, with Igor saying it was the brain of Abby Normal. Sadly, we don't have that scene in it. We don't have the Abby Normal scene. If you don't understand what I am I am saying, what Igor misread the label and it said abnormal brain, means like it's not normal, it's like defective basically, which is and he just thought it read Abby normal, like just like, oh, her name was Abby and her last name was Normal. And obviously Frederick gets very mad at Igor coming to that realization. And also we already brought up the little girl scene. This is after that. So this is like the last part of his rampage. He visits this blind hermit. But this is like one of the earliest like things of like, you know, like in movies now, they'll just like throw in, like, obviously we just watched Transformers Prime, you know, like how they had Dwayne Johnson in for that one episode for the small part.
Yeah.
This is kind of the start of that, like, or like close to like one of the first like movies or things of media to actually like have some big name actor just take a part, like join the movie for like a small role. In Bullet Train, we had Ryan Reynolds in a quick little cameo, but now it's kind of common. Like, oh, okay, cool. Like, oh, here's this movie, and then oh, we didn't tell you that so and so's in the movie, and they're only in it for like 5 minutes. So, but apparently
They
this
have
guy,
to so they can put them on the posters.
yeah. And they have to have some surprise and stuff with that. And this apparently was like this, like one of the first times that a big name actor has just joined a film and kept uncredited. Like nobody knew he was in the movie, I guess. Or he was. I think he was a big name actor. That's what I like read about. Also, I love this scene as well. I love the whole movie. If you can't get that, it's pretty obvious. But
I
he
can see
just,
why it is a good comedy.
yeah, him just coming across a blind old man who is like trying to like, yeah, yeah. So this guy is Gene Hackman, who is a very, he has a career spanning 60 decades. He received 2 Academy Awards, 2 BAFTA Awards, 4 Golden Globes, Screen Actors Guild. He's done a lot. And been in a lot of things. So, oh, he was in the Birdcage. I love the Birdcage. But yeah, so he was a big name actor, and I guess technically is now still, but that part always gets me. Just like, just the look up after like, oh hell yeah, I'm gonna drink some wine, just bam, and then just like the defeated look. Cigars. Yeah. I also like this scene because like the blind old man just like teaching him, oh, he doesn't need to be scared of fire, but because he's a blind old man, he can't see that he's not lighting a cigar. I also like, I don't know, I like that he just lights his finger on fire. I even like just the quick second, him just looking at it and then figuring it out. Is it, wait, I need to check something.
Of course.
Wait.
Where are you going? I was gonna make espresso.
So in the movie, it immediately cuts off after like it fades to black immediately after I was gonna make espresso. And that is because apparently that was an just a ad-libbed line. He was like, he just threw it in, like he just improvised it, and it just got everybody laughing so hard that they quit. Like that's why it just abruptly ends after he says, I was gonna make espresso. Just Just a quick little joke thrown in there, so. But yeah. Then we got, let's see, what do we got? That's right. It's a musical. It's probably where we're gonna get DMCA'd. But after capturing the monster, Frederick shows the monster love. Wow, that was terrible writing. Frederick shows the monster love making. That's not. There was a comma there or a period. Frederick shows the monster love, period, making him know that if others got to know him, they would recognize how beautiful he is. So he puts on a showcase to show that the monster wasn't as evil as he looked. And so this is probably one of the iconic scenes in the movie. The putting on the Ritz part. So like it's a very well known, I think it's well known. I don't know.
We are not children here. We are scientists.
But
I assure you there is nothing to fear.
it is just a fun scene where they dance and sing.
Demonstration of the primary cerebellar functions, balance and coordination. Walk heel to toe.
I like the scene because it's like, oh, they do accept it. It's kind of like King Kong. Like, oh, they do accept him for a little bit until he gets like out of his cage. I also do love the scene before this. So they do recapture him using like a disguise and playing the music that is like very known in this. Like there's like this one song that gets played that goes and it like entrances the monster to follow it.
Damen und Herren, from what was once an inarticulate mass of lifeless tissues, may I now present a cultured, sophisticated
Man about town. This is just fun. Look at that. They're all dressed up all nice.
And gorgeous looking.
Yes. And it's apparently that was also improv. They knew that they were doing the scene, but they didn't know, the filmmakers didn't know what they wanted the monster to sound like. And so this is what he did. So he kind of just went like a very like strained voice. But he just looks, the monster looks so adorable. He's just all like, ee. Well, and like, I think when they filmed that, like, those are like how big his shoes were. So he had to get used to those, like Peter Boyle. But yeah. And I do like that, oh, the crowd does love him until he freaks out a little bit. Because he gets scared. I do like Frederick trying to be all like, oh yeah, we can win him back. Come on.
You got this.
Yeah. And then of course, I don't know where they got lettuce just to throw at him. And obviously, Frederick still being all like, I'm your creator, you have to listen to me, instead of all that. Like, shows a little bit of his nature. So. But. And then the monster gets captured in this scene. Like, you know, he got overpowered. He's not like a Superman. But I still love this scene. Just like a nice little dance scene until, you know, that happens. So next we're on Woof. That's the next clip. Toddlet Woof. Woof. A fire breaks out at the showcase, making the monster freak out, so he goes on another rampage, leading to him running into Frederick's fiancée, kidnapping her, since he thinks she is pretty, leading to her falling truly in love. That's like a very quick summary. Basically what happens is, as we saw at the end there, he gets captured by the police and locked up. And during that time, Frederick is so upset. He's like so sad about him being locked up. Inga then consoles him and then is all like, if only there was some way for me to relieve you of this stress. And then they obviously sleep together. Which sadly I wish I added, because it's my favorite line in the movie, I would say, is in that scene when Frau Brucker shows up in the lab and is all, like, notices that they just slept together, and she's all like, you have a telegram from fiance, she'll be here any second. He's all like, what? She's coming? And then Frau Brucker just responds with, yeah, I suggest you put on a tie. I don't know, I just love that line. Just fucking really going at him. And then basically his fiance arrives, the monster breaks out, and then we get to the monster breaks out of being locked up, and then we're into this scene. Madeline Kahn was a beautiful woman. She sadly passed in the so.
That's too bad. I wish I could have seen her in some modern stuff now.
Oh. Hey, Blazing Saddles, History of the World Part 1. Those are a lot more raunchier than this. This was very tame for Mel Brooks, but if you're all right with raunchy, those are great ones. And also realize that it was a different time. So. I actually don't know how I feel about this specific scene. Like, when I put this on the list, this was like the one scene I was like concerned with. I was all like, is this gonna be a good choice because of this one specific scene? But having rewatched it a few times, I think it's fine, right?
Where am I? Who are you? What? What are you? What do you want? What are you going to do to me?
Calm down.
Calm down.
I'm not afraid of you. How much do you want to let me go? My father is very rich. You can have the entire world at your fingertips. Listen, I have to be back by 11:30. I'm expecting a very important call. Speak! Speak! Why don't you speak? What are you doing?
I just realized I did not. What did you think of the pudding on the Ritz, by the way? I just totally forgot to ask. Sorry.
It's alright. It was pretty good. I enjoyed it. Not my personal favorite, but it was a fun one.
Yeah.
It was never all the oh my
I love this too. Like, a life I found you. Basically, just like she getting that good D right there. enough to make her sing.
The double D.
Yeah. I just love the woof right after seeing him. Like, just woof. Oh my god. And just the cigarette after.
Penny for your thoughts. You're incorrigible, aren't you? You little zipperneck. All right. 7 has always been my lucky number. Come over here, you hot monster. What is it?
I do love I don't know, just this whole scene. Like, once again, I thought this would be bad to, like, just because this scene, but I mean, she truly likes him and loves him, right? Like,
Men are all alike. 7 or 8 quick ones, and you're
7 or 8 quick ones.
to boast and brag. You better keep your
Keep your
mouth
mouth shut.
Oh,
I think I'm I just love it. I don't know. What do you think of this scene? I know it's a
For
little
me, kind of forgettable.
kind of
personally.
forgettable. I just think it's fun. I know it's a little, like, I don't know, risque also, but, like, I don't know. Just, like, I think a lot of what she like Madeline Madeline Kahn says is just funny to me, so that's why I always remember it. But I don't know, just an interesting scene, and I like that she just falls in love with the monster, and even gets the, like, iconic Bride of Frankenstein, like, white streaks in her hair. So, all right. So this
Those do look
next,
very beautiful on her.
yeah, it does actually look very nice in her hair. So this one's a little weird. It's not the exact scene. I couldn't find the exact scene on YouTube. But it is the speech that the monster gives, and this was in memory of Gene Wilder because he died in 2016, I believe, somewhere around there. But a nice speech to bring it home. Frederick has one last plan to calm the monster's brain by transferring some of his own to the monster. But when the villagers come in and try to take the doctor away, right when the transfer is going to finish, the monster finally speaks the first time. That's actually, like, all you have not missed anything. That's exactly what happens. He leaves from sleeping with Madeline and then goes to the castle, and they prep the transference, basically. And so and this is when the monsters speak. And the music in the background is not usually there, but this is the music that plays that entrances the monster. Also, this is the scene where he comes back, and I love seeing Igor, like, use the horn.
He used his own body as a guinea pig to give me a calmer brain.
So,
Hydrate, bitch!
thank you for the hydrate, Nina. I will hydrate right now. Igor goes freaking hard on that horn right there.
He ate that.
He did. But I don't know, the speech is very nice. I like that. And this is a much happier ending to the original Frankenstein. The original Frankenstein, I believe, so many people die. I believe Frankenstein's monster also, like, burns as well. So it's a nice end. Yeah, 2016. His mother died, sadly. But he lived a long life, and he made some amazing movies out of it. But basically this shows, like, what the original Dr. Frankenstein wouldn't do for his monster. He gave up some of his own mind to calm the monster's mind enough that he could speak normally and articulate what he means and stuff like that. So it's a sweet little ending for, the moment. Because we do have one more clip. Do you have anything about, like, the big speech?
Nothing new to add.
And we got one more clip. The last one. This is literally the ending of the movie. All's well that ends well. The monster ends up with Elizabeth having a quiet, I don't think I spelled quiet right, but whatever, family life with her, while Frederick marries Inga. But when she starts singing on their wedding night, you can see the transfer did something to him. Inga asks what he got out of the transfer, so the doctor shows her. But also, this is very poor quality. This is all I could find of the ending, sadly. But I do like that, you see a little bit of what the transfer did. Like, he becomes a little bit of the monster when he hears the tune.
You know, in the transference part, the monster got part of your wonderful brain. But what did you ever get from him?
So I'm assuming this just... I never could tell what the ending is. Either he has, like, a major sex drive, or he just has a bigger dick. But also,
Maybe both.
probably both. And then I love that she also sings exactly what Elizabeth sang at the end. Like, hey, they both found their one. They're all like, oh my god, the sex is amazing.
They wanted the dick.
And they want the dick. They got that good D that it makes them sing. And that's the... So, overall, I love the movie. Still do. It's not the funniest like comedy or anything like that, but it's a great story, fun characters, still have good moments, and you know what? I love the ending as well. It's nice and sweet. What are your final thoughts of the movie as a whole?
It's a very sweet movie. I enjoyed the comedy. It's as you said, it's not the best, but it's enjoyable nonetheless.
Yeah.
This is like a movie I would watch with my friends and like take a shot every time insert things happens
Yeah.
because I think it'll be fun.
It would be a good drinking game. Just like there's a lot that happens. There's a lot of little jokes that keep on coming back, and so it's just a nice, enjoyable one. Are you ready to figure out what movies we're doing?
Yes.
Spin it.
The Wheel
First,
of Fortune.
The Wheel of Fortune. We have Austin Powers. Nice. I like that movie. Powers. We have Petra. Wheel. Austin Powers. He's the man. So we got another comedy. That one's a good one. And then we have Nope. Weird. So those are the two. We'll watch the trailers and then we'll call it for today. Get those all queued up, and we'll be ready. Have you seen any of these movies?
Never heard of them.
Okay. So Austin Powers is it's another comedy. It's a spoof on basically spy movies, stuff like that. Oh, wait. Audio because I'm dumb. It's really just a comedy about spy movies like James Bond and stuff like that.
Was cryogenically frozen in case the world ever required his services again. Now,
and it's just dumb fun, really. So, it has Dr. Evil. But the joke is that he's like, he's kind of like he's a comedic James Bond, but he was like, he was around in the 70s, but he had to he cryogenically froze himself, and he woke up in the 90s, and so while he was cool in the 70s, he's now it's not the 70s anymore. So like his behavior isn't the work.
A lot's changed since 1967.
Bring on the sexy stews, man! Yeah!
We're called flight attendants now.
That scene I've never actually seen before. But
This is my mother, Mrs. Exposition. Lovely.
there is a lot of inappropriate jokes, that being one of them. There is a reason for that joke.
Ow! That really hurt. Who throws a shoe?
Honestly.
Mike Myers.
Yeah, baby. Yeah.
So.
Elizabeth Hurley.
Don't forget these.
Oh, thanks.
Austin Powers. International man of mystery.
Always wanting to have fun, Austin.
Wow.
You in a nutshell.
No, this is me in a nutshell. Help! I'm in a nutshell.
It's just a dumb little comedy. It's nothing. It's not doing anything big, but you know, it does enough. It does what it sets out to be, which is just have a good time, kind of. Oop. I've actually not ever seen this movie. Nope, is not one that I decided to watch it. I've been meaning to.
Did you know that the very first assembly of photographs to create a motion picture was a 2-second clip of a black man on a horse? And that man is my great-great-grandfather.
Great.
There's another
Great.
grandfather. But that's why back at the Haywood Ranch, as the only black-owned horse trainers in
Okay.
Hollywood, we like to say, since the moment pitchers could move, yeah, skin in the game.
This is a Jordan Peele movie. I don't know if do you know, have you watched any of Jordan Peele's movies?
Maybe, but I don't know some of them by names.
It's Us and Get Out. They're both horror movies. So.
I heard of Get Out. I heard it was pretty decent.
Okay. But yeah, so this is like his third movie. Like third horror movie he's done.
Nice. Can't wait to see it.
Yeah. It was supposed to be good, I just never watched it, so.
What's a bad miracle? They got word for that.
Also, Steven Yeun's in it, and I love Steven Yeun. Yeah.
Yeah, nah.
It does look interesting. I just say, I don't know. Aliens were never like my strong suit. But it's Jordan Peele, so it's probably really good. But yeah, so that is what we will be doing this month. So I'm excited. I like both. I like Austin Powers, and I've heard great things about the other one. All right.
Oh wait, I remember this movie now. One of the Paul brothers made a bad review of it.
Oh, okay.
That's what I remember about it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I think yeah. I think I know which. But that is Movie Club. Took you know what? 4 hours isn't too bad. Doing a full season of a show. But
A
thank you
good old
everybody.
420.
Yeah. Thank you everybody for coming and watching. I really enjoyed it. It was a ton of fun. Thank you, Nina, for hanging out. I know it's way
Of
late your
course.
time. So
It's like 2 in the morning.
but thank you everybody for coming out. It was a ton of fun just being able to talk about these things, and I hope you enjoyed it. I liked both the show. I liked the show and I liked the movie. I think they were both good, and I'm excited for next month to watch those as well. So we'll see you in a month's time, and I hope you guys have a good rest of your day, night, whatever you guys are doing, and I'll we'll see you guys next month. So see ya. You want to say anything?
Oh, I'll expect everyone next month.
Yes. So all right. So see ya.